Chapter 1: The Loom and the Lament. The dust motes danced in the afternoon sun, each a tiny spark in the vast cathedral of my workshop. Years, decades even, I had spent within these walls, the rhythmic clatter of the loom my only companion. The scent of dyed wool and aged wood clung to everything, a familiar comfort, a constant reminder of the life I had chosen, or rather, the life that had chosen me. I, Elias, son of weavers and grandson of dyers, was nothing if not a man of the loom. Until it appeared. It wasn't a sudden, earth-shattering event. No trumpets blared, no heavens opened. It was subtler, a shift in the air, a humming vibration that resonated not in my ears but in the very bones of my being. I had been working on a commission for the village elder, a tapestry depicting the harvest festival, all golden sheaves and smiling faces, when the thread snapped. Annoying, but not unusual. I reached for the spare spool, and that's when I saw it. In the far corner of the workshop, shrouded in shadow where discarded scraps of fabric lay like forgotten dreams, stood a loom unlike any I had ever encountered. It wasn't new, far from it. The wood was dark with age, almost petrified, and etched with carvings that seemed to writhe and shift in the dim light. The loom was massive, dwarfing even my largest floor loom. The strange thing was that there was no design, just an empty space between the wooden frames. There was also a light that was shimmering in different colors. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding a rhythm that rivaled the frantic beat of the shuttle. As I drew closer, the air grew thick with a strange energy, a palpable power that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the cool, smooth surface of the wood. A jolt. Not painful, but profound. Images flooded my mind, visions of swirling galaxies, of ancient forests teeming with impossible creatures, of faces both familiar and utterly alien. Then, just as quickly, it was gone, leaving me gasping for breath and clutching the loom for support. What was it? Where did it come from? I had been alone in my workshop for hours. No one had entered, no one had left. And yet, here it stood, this impossible creation, a silent sentinel in the heart of my mundane existence. For hours, I circled the loom, examining every inch of its strange construction. The carvings, I realized, were not merely decorative. They were symbols, intricate and complex, unlike any language I had ever seen. They seemed to pulse with a faint, inner light, as if alive. The threads that were meant to go through the design of the loom were no ordinary threads. They shimmered with an inner light and felt different. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps I had fallen asleep at the loom and dreamt the whole thing. Perhaps I was finally succumbing to the weaver's madness, a malady whispered about in hushed tones among the older artisans, a consequence of spending too long lost in the intricate patterns of the fabric, losing oneself in the endless repetition of the shuttle's dance. But the loom was real. I could touch it, feel its weight, smell the ancient wood. It was undeniably, inexplicably there. As dusk began to creep into the workshop, casting long, dancing shadows, I felt a strange compulsion, an irresistible urge to weave. I had no idea what I was doing, no plan, no design in mind. But my hands moved almost of their own accord, reaching for the strange, shimmering threads that lay beside the loom. The threads felt alive in my grasp, vibrating with energy. They seemed to whisper secrets, to offer glimpses of possibilities beyond my comprehension. I hesitated, fear warring with fascination. What if this loom was dangerous? What if I unleashed something I couldn't control? But the pull was too strong. With a deep breath, I threaded the shuttle and began to weave. The first thread was a simple strand of silver, shimmering like moonlight on water. As it passed through the loom, a faint image flickered in my mind, a vision of a tranquil lake reflecting the starry sky. The second thread was a deep, vibrant green, the color of new leaves in springtime. This time I saw a lush forest, teeming with life, sunlight dappling through the canopy. With each thread, the visions grew stronger, more vivid. I wove in colors I had never seen before, hues that defied description, shades that seemed to exist outside the realm of human perception. And with each thread, the reality around me began to shift. The air grew warmer, the scent of flowers filled the workshop, and the sound of birdsong echoed in the distance. The dust motes, no longer drifting aimlessly, danced with purpose, forming intricate patterns in the air. The shadows seemed to deepen, to take on a life of their own. I was weaving reality. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This loom was not merely a tool for creating fabric. It was a conduit to something else. Something powerful, something dangerous, something potentially world-altering. And I, Elias, the humble weaver, was the one wielding it. The thought terrified me. I was a simple man, content with my craft, my quiet life. I had no desire to meddle with forces beyond my understanding. I wanted to stop, to tear the threads from the loom, to banish this impossible object from my workshop forever. But I couldn't. The weaving had taken on a life of its own. The loom hummed with energy, pulling me along, guiding my hands. I was no longer in control. I was merely a vessel, a conduit for the loom's power. As the night deepened, the weaving grew more complex, more elaborate. The visions intensified, blurring the line between reality and illusion. I saw cities rise and fall, empires crumble to dust, stars ignite and fade into oblivion. I witnessed the birth and death of worlds. And then I saw her. Sarah, my wife. She stood in the midst of the chaos, her face radiant with joy, her eyes sparkling with love. She was holding a child in her arms, a baby girl with my eyes and her smile. A child we never had. Sarah had died 5 years ago, taken by a fever that swept through the village like a wildfire. The pain of her loss was still a raw, gaping wound in my heart. The grief had consumed me, leaving me a shell of my former self. I had thrown myself into my work, seeking solace in the endless repetition of the loom, but nothing could fill the void she had left behind. And now here she was, alive and well, with the child we had always longed for. The temptation was overwhelming. I could weave her back into existence. I could create a world where she never died, where we had a family, where we were happy. But at what cost? The visions flickered again, showing me the consequences of my actions. I saw the world twisting and contorting, realities colliding and collapsing, the very fabric of existence unraveling. I saw chaos and destruction on a scale I could scarcely comprehend. The loom offered me a paradise, but it demanded a terrible price. I had to choose Sarah or the world. The decision tore at me, ripping my soul in two. I loved her more than anything, more than life itself, but I couldn't condemn the world to save her. I couldn't sacrifice the lives of countless others for my own selfish desire. With a sob that echoed through the silent workshop, I reached out and stopped the loom. The weaving froze, the visions vanished, and the world around me snapped back into focus. The warmth faded, the scent of flowers disappeared, and the birdsong fell silent. The dust motes resumed their aimless dance. Sarah was gone. The child was gone. They were nothing more than figments of the loom's power, illusions woven from my own deepest desires. I stood there for a long time, staring at the unfinished weaving, my heart heavy with grief and regret. The loom stood silent, its power dormant, waiting to be awakened again. I knew I couldn't destroy it. I didn't understand it, but I knew it was too important, too powerful to simply be destroyed. It was a force that could be used for good or for evil, and it was my responsibility to protect it, to learn its secrets, to ensure that it never fell into the wrong hands. But how? I was just a weaver, a simple man broken by grief, thrust into a world of unimaginable power. I had no idea what to do, no one to turn to for help. All I knew was that my life had changed forever. The loom had awakened something within me, a sense of purpose, a feeling of responsibility that I couldn't ignore. I was no longer just Elias, the weaver. I was something more, something different. I looked at the loom. How am I going to understand all of this? I asked the loom. Then a word appeared on the loom, written in a golden thread. Knowledge. I stared at the word for a long time. Knowledge. Where was I going to find knowledge? Then it hit me. The library. It was a long shot, but the village elder had a massive library filled with different books. Maybe there would be something there. I left my workshop and walked towards the village elder's home. It was going to be a long journey, but it was one I had to take. This was just the beginning. I stood at the door and knocked. The elder greeted me kindly. Elias, what brings you here at this hour? I need to use your library, I said. It's important. The elder looked at me strangely but nodded. Of course, Elias, come in. I walked inside and my eyes widened. The library was even bigger than I remembered. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, and there were tables filled with even more books. Where do I even start? I asked myself. I began to search, pulling books off the shelves and flipping through the pages. Most of them were useless, filled with stories and poems. But then I found something. It was a very old book, bound in leather and clasped shut with a metal lock. The title was written in a language I didn't recognize, but something about the book called to me. I took the book to a table and sat down. I fumbled with the lock for a few minutes before finally managing to open it. The pages inside were yellowed and brittle, and the ink was faded, but I could still make out the words. The book was a collection of ancient texts, filled with stories of gods and goddesses, of magic and miracles. As I read, I began to understand the loom. It was a tool of creation, a way to shape reality itself. But it was also dangerous. The book warned of the consequences of using the loom unwisely, of the chaos that could be unleashed if it fell into the wrong hands. I knew then that I had to be careful. I had to learn everything I could about the loom before I used it again. I left the elders' home and returned to my workshop. I sat down in front of the loom and stared at it for a long time. "I'm ready," I said. "Show me what to do." The loom hummed in response. And then the golden thread appeared again. Patience. Chapter 2. The Whispers of the Past. Patience. The word hung in the air, shimmering like a promise and a warning. Patience was a virtue I had never possessed in abundance. Grief had sharpened my edges, making me impulsive and reckless. But the loom demanded a different approach. It was a force that couldn't be rushed, a mystery that had to be unraveled slowly, meticulously. So I waited. I spent the next few days immersed in the elders' library, poring over the ancient texts I had discovered. The language was archaic, filled with metaphors and allegories, but I slowly began to decipher its secrets. The book spoke of the loom as a conduit of creation, a tool used by the ancient ones to shape the very fabric of reality. They were beings of immense power, capable of weaving worlds from their imagination, but their hubris had led to their downfall. They had become arrogant, believing themselves to be gods, and their reckless use of the loom had unleashed chaos and destruction. The book warned against repeating their mistakes. It stressed the importance of balance, of respecting the natural order, of understanding the consequences of one's actions. It spoke of rituals and incantations, of specific threads and patterns that could be used to control the loom's power. Most of it was beyond my comprehension. The rituals seemed convoluted and archaic, the incantations filled with unfamiliar words. But I clung to every detail, every fragment of knowledge, hoping to piece together a coherent understanding of the loom. The elder, a wizened old man named Elias, noticed my increasing preoccupation with his library. He was a scholar himself, and I had often sought his counsel on matters of history and lore. But this was different. There was a desperation in my eyes, a feverish intensity that worried him. "Elias," he said one evening as I was hunched over a particularly cryptic passage, "what troubles you? You have been spending your days and nights poring over these old books. What is it you seek?" I hesitated. How could I explain the loom to him? How could I tell him that I possessed a power that could reshape the world? He would think I was mad. I am researching the history of weaving," I stammered. "I am trying to understand the origins of our craft, the techniques used by the ancient masters." Elias raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Is that so? I have known you for many years, Elias, and I have never seen you so consumed by your work. There is more to this than you are letting on." I sighed. "You are right, Elias. There is more, but I cannot tell you. It is too dangerous." Elias nodded slowly. "I understand. Some secrets are best kept hidden. But know this, Elias, I am here if you need me. I may not know what troubles you, but I can offer a listening ear and a helping hand." I was grateful for his understanding, but I knew I couldn't confide in him. The loom was my burden, my responsibility. I had to face it alone. As the days turned into weeks, I continued my research, slowly piecing together the puzzle of the loom. I learned about the different types of threads, each imbued with a specific power. I learned about the patterns and symbols that could be used to control the weaving process. And I learned about the dangers of misuse, the potential for chaos and destruction. One evening, as I was studying a particularly intricate diagram, I heard a faint whisper. It was barely audible, a breath of sound that seemed to come from the loom itself. "Elias." I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked around the workshop, but I was alone. The only sound was the gentle creaking of the old wooden beams. "Elias." The whisper came again, louder this time. I stood up and approached the loom cautiously. "Who is there?" I asked, my voice trembling. The loom remained silent. I reached out and touched the wood. A jolt of energy surged through me, and the whispers intensified. "Elias, help us." I closed my eyes and focused my mind, trying to understand the source of the whispers. And then I saw them. Faint, ethereal figures trapped within the loom's frame. They were the spirits of the ancient ones, the weavers who had created the loom and used it to shape the world. They were trapped, bound to the loom by their own hubris, forced to witness the consequences of their actions. "We are the weavers," one of the figures said. "We created this loom and we destroyed ourselves with it. We are trapped here, forced to relive our mistakes for eternity. But you can break the cycle." "How?" I asked. "How can I help you?" "You must learn to control the loom," the weaver said. "You must master its power and use it to heal the wounds we have inflicted upon the world. You must restore balance and prevent others from making the same mistakes we did." "But I don't know how," I said. "I am just a simple weaver. I am not worthy of such a task." "You are more worthy than you know," the weaver said. "You have a good heart, a strong will, and a deep respect for the craft. You are the one we have been waiting for." "But what about the dangers?" I asked. "What about the chaos and destruction? How can I be sure that I won't make things worse?" "You cannot be sure," the weaver said, "but you must try. You must learn from our mistakes and use your knowledge to guide your actions. You must be patient and you must be wise. And above all, you must never forget the consequences of your choices." The visions faded and the whispers grew fainter until they were gone completely. I was left standing in the workshop, alone with the loom, my mind reeling from what I had just experienced. The spirits of the ancient weavers had spoken to me. They had entrusted me with a task of immense importance, a task that could determine the fate of the world. But how could I possibly succeed? I was just a simple weaver, haunted by grief and plagued by doubt. I had no special powers, no divine guidance. All I had was the loom and a book filled with cryptic texts. And yet I knew I couldn't refuse. The weavers were counting on me. The world was counting on me. I had to try. I spent the next few weeks experimenting with the loom, trying to replicate the patterns and symbols I had learned from the ancient texts. It was slow, frustrating work. I made countless mistakes, creating minor distortions in reality, a fleeting glimpse of a different landscape, a brief change in the weather, a momentary alteration in the flow of time. Each mistake was a lesson, a reminder of the loom's immense power and the importance of precision. Slowly, gradually, I began to gain control. I learned to manipulate the threads with greater accuracy, to weave the patterns with more finesse. I began to understand the subtle nuances of the loom's power, the delicate balance between creation and destruction. One day, as I was practicing a particularly complex pattern, I felt a surge of energy unlike anything I had experienced before. The loom vibrated with power, and the air crackled with electricity. The workshop filled with a blinding light, and I felt myself being pulled into the loom, into the very fabric of reality. I found myself floating in a vast, infinite space, surrounded by swirling galaxies and shimmering nebulae. I saw worlds being born and dying, stars igniting and fading into oblivion. I witnessed the grand tapestry of creation, the intricate web of cause and effect that connected everything in the universe. And then I saw her again. Sarah. She was standing in the midst of the chaos, her face radiant with joy, her eyes sparkling with love. She reached out to me, her hand outstretched. Elias, she said, her voice clear and strong. Don't be afraid, you are not alone. I reached back, my fingers brushing against hers. And then I was pulled back into the workshop, back into the reality of my mundane existence. I stood there for a long time, staring at the loom, my heart filled with a mixture of awe and terror. I had glimpsed the true nature of reality, the infinite possibilities that lay within the loom's power. And I had seen Sarah again. Was it real? Or was it just another illusion, another figment of the loom's power? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was trying to communicate with me, to guide me on my journey. I looked at the loom. What do I do now? I asked. The golden thread appeared again. Listen. I frowned. Listen. To what? The loom, the weavers, Sarah. I closed my eyes and focused my mind, trying to quiet the chaos within me. And then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper, coming from the depths of my own soul. It was the voice of my intuition, my inner wisdom. It was the voice that had always guided me, the voice that I had ignored for so long in my grief. The voice told me to trust myself, to believe in my own abilities, to follow my heart. And it told me that I was not alone. I opened my eyes, and I knew what I had to do. I had to learn to listen to the whispers of the past, to the voices of the weavers, to the guidance of Sarah. And I had to trust my own instincts, to use my own wisdom to shape the future. The loom was not just a tool. It was a connection to something greater than myself, a pathway to infinite possibilities. And I, Elias, the humble weaver, was the one who had been chosen to wield its power. The weight of the responsibility settled upon my shoulders, but I no longer felt afraid. I felt determined. I was ready. I took a deep breath, reached for the threads, and began to weave. I decided to weave a thread for Sarah. It had to be perfect. I wasn't sure if I could see her again, but I had to try. I chose a thread that was light and airy like Sarah's spirit. I began to weave it into the loom. As I wove, I closed my eyes and focused on Sarah's face. I remembered her smile, her laugh, her touch. I poured all of my love and longing into the thread. When I was finished, I opened my eyes. The thread shimmered with a soft, golden light. It was beautiful. I reached out and touched it. And then I saw her. Sarah stood before me, smiling. She was more real than I had ever seen her before. "Elias," she said, "I'm so proud of you." I couldn't speak. Tears streamed down my face. "I know it's been hard," she said, "but you're doing the right thing." "I miss you so much," I managed to say. "I miss you too," she said, "but I'm always with you in your heart." She reached out and took my hand. Her touch was warm and familiar. "You have a great responsibility," she said, "but I know you can handle it." "I'm scared," I said. "It's okay to be scared," she said. "Just don't let it control you." She smiled at me again. "I have to go now," she said, "but I'll always be watching over you." She faded away, leaving me alone in the workshop. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty space where she had been. I knew that she was right. I had a great responsibility, but I wasn't alone. I had the weavers, the loom, and Sarah. And I had myself. I was ready to face whatever the future held. I looked at the loom, and the golden thread appeared once again. "Seek the crossroads." This was just another message. Where was I going to find the crossroads? And what was waiting for me there? Chapter 3: The Crossroads of Choice. Seek the crossroads. The phrase echoed in my mind, a cryptic instruction layered with uncertainty. Where was this crossroads? Was it a physical place, a literal intersection of paths? Or was it a metaphor, a symbolic representation of a difficult decision? I consulted the ancient texts, hopping to find some clue, some reference to a crossroads of significance. But the books were silent on the matter. They spoke of sacred groves, of hidden temples, of forgotten cities, but nothing that resembled a crossroads. Frustrated, I turned to Elias, the village elder. He had traveled extensively in his youth and possessed a vast knowledge of the surrounding lands. Perhaps he had heard of a place called the Crossroads, a place of local legend or historical importance. "Elias," I said, "have you ever heard of a place called the Crossroads? A place of particular significance, perhaps a place where important decisions are made?" Elias stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The Crossroads. The name is familiar, but I cannot place it. There are many crossroads in the world, Elias. Which one are you referring to?" "I don't know," I admitted. "I just know that I need to find it. It is important." Elias studied my face for a moment, his eyes filled with concern. "Elias, I am worried about you. You have been acting strangely these past few weeks, consumed by these old books and your mysterious research. Are you sure you are all right?" "I am fine, Elias," I insisted. "I just need to find this crossroads. It is a matter of great urgency." Elias sighed. "Very well, I will help you. I will consult my maps and my records and see if I can find any reference to a place called the crossroads that might be of significance. But promise me, Elias, that you will not do anything rash. Whatever it is you are searching for, it is not worth risking your life." I promised, knowing full well that I couldn't guarantee it. The loom had changed me, imbued me with a sense of purpose that transcended my own safety. I was willing to risk everything to fulfill the task that had been entrusted to me. Silas spent the next few days poring over his maps and records, searching for any mention of the crossroads. He consulted with other elders and scholars, seeking their knowledge and wisdom, but no one could provide a definitive answer. Some spoke of a crossroads located deep within the Whispering Woods, a place said to be haunted by ancient spirits. Others mentioned a crossroads near the ruins of the old city, a place where forgotten rituals were once performed. But none of these places felt right. None of them resonated with the sense of urgency and importance that I felt within me. I returned to my workshop, feeling discouraged and defeated. The loom stood silent, its power dormant, waiting to be awakened. I sat down in front of it, closed my eyes, and tried to listen. I listened to the whispers of the past, to the voices of the weavers, to the guidance of Sarah. I listened to my own intuition, my own inner wisdom, and then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible voice, coming from the depths of my own memory. It was the voice of my father, speaking to me when I was a young boy. "Elias," he had said, "life is like a road. It is filled with many paths, many choices, and at every crossroads you must decide which way to go. Choose wisely, my son, for your choices will determine your destiny." The memory flooded my mind, clear and vivid. I remembered the road my father had been referring to, a road that ran through the heart of our village, a road that I had traveled countless times. And then it hit me. The crossroads was not a specific place, a location marked on a map. It was a state of being, a moment of decision, a point where multiple paths converged. The crossroads was everywhere. I opened my eyes and looked at the loom. The golden thread appeared again. Within, the message was clear. The crossroads was not something I had to seek outside of myself. It was something I had to find within. I closed my eyes again and focused my mind. I delved deep into my own thoughts and feelings, searching for the point of decision, the path that I had to choose. And then I saw it. A vision of myself standing at a crossroads. In one direction, I saw a path leading back to my old life, to the quiet comfort of my workshop, to the familiar routine of my craft. In the other direction, I saw a path leading into the unknown, into a world of danger and uncertainty, into a destiny that I could scarcely imagine. The choice was clear. I could turn back, retreat into the safety of my old life, and forget about the loom and its power. Or I could move forward, embrace the challenge, and accept the responsibility that had been entrusted to me. The decision terrified me. I was afraid of the unknown, afraid of the dangers that lay ahead. But I knew that I couldn't turn back. The loom had awakened something within me, a sense of purpose that I couldn't ignore. I had to move forward. I opened my eyes and stood up. I walked to the center of the workshop, closed my eyes, and took a deep breath. I am ready, I said. I choose the path of the unknown. A surge of energy coursed through me, and the loom began to hum. The workshop filled with a blinding light, and I felt myself being pulled into the loom once again. This time, I found myself standing in a different place. I was in a forest, a dark and ancient forest filled with towering trees and tangled vines. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The silence was broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. I was alone. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. I had no idea where I was or how I had gotten there. All I knew was that I was in the forest and that I had to find my way out. I started walking, pushing my way through the dense undergrowth. The forest was dark and forbidding, and I felt a sense of unease creeping over me. I had the feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking in the shadows. As I walked deeper into the forest, I began to hear voices. They were faint and distant, but they were definitely there. They seemed to be coming from all directions, whispering secrets and telling stories. I stopped and listened, trying to make sense of the voices. They were speaking in a language I didn't understand, but I could feel the emotions behind their words. I could feel their joy, their sorrow, their fear, their anger. The voices were the spirits of the forest, the ancient beings that had lived in these woods for centuries. They were the guardians of the forest, the protectors of its secrets, and they were watching me. I continued walking deeper and deeper into the forest. The voices grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to be trying to warn me about something. And then I saw it. A clearing in the forest, bathed in an ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a tree, a massive oak that towered over all the other trees in the forest. The tree was ancient, its bark gnarled and twisted with age. Its branches reached up to the sky like gnarled fingers, and its leaves shimmered with a silver light. This was no ordinary tree. This was the heart of the forest, the source of its power. This was the place where the spirits of the forest gathered, the place where they communicated with the world. I approached the tree cautiously, feeling a sense of awe and reverence. As I drew closer, I began to see figures moving around the base of the tree. They were small and shadowy, but I could tell that they were the spirits of the forest. They were chanting, singing a song in a language I didn't understand. Their voices were soft and melodic, and their song filled the air with a sense of peace and tranquility. I stood at the edge of the clearing, listening to the song. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, a feeling of connection to the forest and its spirits. And then I saw her. Sarah. She was standing beside the tree, smiling at me. She was dressed in a long, flowing gown of green and brown, and her hair was adorned with flowers and leaves. She looked like a goddess, a spirit of the forest. Elias, she said, her voice soft and gentle. Welcome to the heart of the forest. I stared at her in disbelief. Sarah, is that really you? Yes, Elias, she said, it is me. I ran to her and embraced her. Her touch was warm and real. I don't understand, I said. How are you here? I am a part of this forest, she said. My spirit is intertwined with its trees, its plants, its creatures. But you died, I said. My body died, she said, but my spirit lives on, and now it is here in this forest. She smiled at me. You have come to the crossroads, Elias. You have chosen the path of the unknown, and now you must make another choice. What choice? I asked. You must choose what you will do with the loom, she said. You can use it for good to heal the wounds of the world, or you can use it for evil to control and destroy. The choice is yours. I stared at her, my mind reeling. The weight of the responsibility settled upon my shoulders once again. I don't know what to do, I said. I am just a simple weaver. I am not worthy of such a task. You are worthy, Elias, she said. You have a good heart and a strong will, and you have the loom. Use it wisely and you will succeed. She took my hand and led me to the tree. She placed her hand on its trunk, and I did the same. Listen, she said. Listen to the tree. It will tell you what to do. I closed my eyes and listened, and then I heard it. A voice, deep and ancient, coming from the heart of the tree. You must protect the balance, the tree said. You must preserve the harmony. You must use the loom to heal the wounds of the world, to restore its beauty and its peace. But how? I asked. You will know, the tree said. Listen to your heart and it will guide you. The voice faded away and I opened my eyes. Sarah was gone. The spirits of the forest were gone. I was alone with the tree. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind rustling through the leaves, feeling the energy of the tree flowing through me. I knew what I had to do. I had to protect the balance. I had to preserve the harmony. I had to use the loom to heal the wounds of the world. But how was I going to do it? I had no idea where to start. As I stood there, pondering my next move, I noticed something strange about the tree. Etched into its bark were symbols. These were ancient symbols. These symbols were also on the loom. Suddenly, I was pulled back into my workshop. I knew that I had to study those symbols. They were going to lead me somewhere. Chapter 4: The Cipher of the Bark. The abrupt return to my workshop left me disoriented. The lingering scent of damp earth and ancient wood a stark contrast to the familiar aroma of dyed wool. The vision of Sarah, the whispers of the forest spirits, the pronouncements of the ancient tree, it all felt like a dream. Yet the weight of the task, the responsibility to protect the balance, remained heavy on my shoulders. My gaze immediately fell upon the loom. It stood silent and imposing, a constant reminder of the power I now wielded and the path I had chosen. The symbols etched into the bark of the forest tree flashed in my mind, a complex and intricate pattern that mirrored, in some way, the carvings on the loom's frame. Driven by a renewed sense of urgency, I returned to the elder's library. I needed to decipher these symbols, to understand their meaning and their connection to the loom. I spent days immersed in the ancient texts, searching for any reference to the symbols I had seen on the tree. I pored over bestiaries and herbal guides, hoping the shape could at least tell me what tree I had been sent to. The search was arduous, the texts filled with obscure references and archaic language. But slowly, painstakingly, I began to piece together fragments of understanding. The symbols I discovered, were part of a cipher, an ancient code used by the weavers to conceal their knowledge from those who were not worthy. Each symbol represented a different concept, a different aspect of the loom's power. One symbol, a stylized spiral, represented the flow of energy, the constant cycle of creation and destruction. Another, a series of interconnected circles, symbolized the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate balance that sustained the universe. And yet another, a jagged line resembling a lightning bolt, represented the potential for chaos and destruction, the danger of misusing the loom's power. As I deciphered the symbols, I began to understand the deeper meaning of the tree's message. Protecting the balance wasn't just about preserving the physical world. It was about maintaining the harmony between opposing forces, the delicate equilibrium between creation and destruction, order and chaos. But how could I achieve this? How could I, a simple weaver, hope to control such immense power? I returned to my workshop, feeling overwhelmed and discouraged. I sat down in front of the loom, closed my eyes, and tried to listen. I listened to the whispers of the past, to the voices of the weavers, to the guidance of Sarah. I listened to my own intuition, my own inner wisdom. And then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible voice, coming from the depths of my own heart. It was the voice of my father, speaking to me again, as he had so many times before. "Elias," he said, "the loom is a tool. It is neither good nor evil in itself. It is the weaver who determines its purpose. You must use your skills, your knowledge, your compassion to guide your actions. You must weave a tapestry of balance, a work of art that reflects the beauty and harmony of the universe." His words resonated within me, filling me with a renewed sense of purpose. My father was right. The loom was just a tool. It was up to me to use it responsibly, to wield its power with wisdom and compassion. But how could I weave a tapestry of balance? What specific actions could I take to protect the harmony of the world? I looked at the loom, and the golden thread appeared again. The forgotten spring. Another cryptic message, another journey. Where was this forgotten spring, and what was its significance? I consulted Silas once more, hoping that he might have some knowledge of a place called the Forgotten Spring. "The Forgotten Spring," he mused, stroking his beard. "I have heard tales of such a place. It is said to be a spring of pure water, hidden deep within the mountains, a place of healing and renewal. But it has been lost for many years, forgotten by all but a few." "Do you know where it is?" I asked eagerly. Silas shook his head. "I do not, but I know someone who might. There is an old woman who lives in the foothills of the mountains, a hermitess named Elias. She is said to possess a deep knowledge of the ancient ways, a connection to the natural world that few others can understand. If anyone knows the location of the Forgotten Spring, it is she." I thanked Silas and set off immediately for the foothills of the mountains. The journey was long and arduous, the path winding and treacherous. But I pressed on, driven by the hope of finding the Forgotten Spring and understanding its connection to the loom. After several days of travel, I reached the foothills of the mountains. I found Elias' hut nestled in a small clearing, surrounded by towering trees and blooming wildflowers. The hut was simple and unassuming, built of rough-hewn logs and roofed with moss. I approached the hut cautiously and knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened and Alara appeared. She was an old woman, her face lined with wrinkles and her eyes filled with wisdom. She was dressed in simple clothes of homespun wool, and her hair was long and white. "You seek the forgotten spring," she said, her voice raspy but clear. "I have been expecting you." I stared at her in surprise. "You know about the loom?" Alara smiled. "I know many things, Weaver. The forest whispers its secrets to those who listen. And the loom is a force that cannot be ignored." She invited me into her hut and we sat down by the fire. She offered me a cup of herbal tea and we spoke for a long time. She told me about the forgotten spring, its history and its significance. "The forgotten spring was once a place of great power," she said. "Its waters were said to possess the ability to heal any ailment, to restore youth and vitality. People came from far and wide to drink from its waters, seeking solace and renewal. But then something happened," she continued. "A darkness fell upon the land, a corruption that poisoned the spring and drove away its guardians. The spring was forgotten, its power diminished, its location lost to all but a few." "Why did this happen?" I asked. "The balance was disrupted," she said. "The harmony between humanity and nature was broken. People became greedy and selfish, exploiting the land for their own gain. They forgot the importance of respect and reverence, and the spring withered and died." "Can it be restored?" I asked. Alara nodded. "It can, but it will take great effort, great sacrifice. You must find the source of the corruption and cleanse it with the power of the loom. Only then will the spring be restored to its former glory." "How do I find the source of the corruption?" I asked. Alara smiled. "The spring will guide you. Listen to its whispers and it will show you the way." She gave me directions to the forgotten spring, and I set off immediately. The journey was even more difficult than I had anticipated. The path steep and treacherous, the forest dark and forbidding. But I pressed on, driven by the hope of restoring the spring and healing the land. I followed Alara's directions, listening carefully for any sign of the spring. After several days of travel, I reached a small clearing. In the center of the clearing, I saw it. The forgotten spring. It was not what I had expected. Instead of a flowing spring of pure water, I found a stagnant pool of murky liquid, surrounded by Chinese letter vegetation and decaying trees. The air was heavy with the stench of Chinese letter, and the silence was broken only by the buzzing of flies. The spring was dying. I approached the pool cautiously, feeling a sense of despair. How could I possibly restore this place? How could I hope to cleanse such a deep and pervasive corruption? I knelt down beside the pool, closed my eyes, and tried to listen. I listened to the whispers of the past, to the voices of the weavers, to the guidance of Sarah. I listened to my own intuition, my own inner wisdom. And then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible voice, coming from the depths of the spring. It was a voice of sorrow and despair, a voice of pain and suffering. "Help me," the spring whispered. "I am dying. The darkness is consuming me." I opened my eyes and looked at the pool. I felt a deep sense of compassion for the spring, a desire to help it in any way that I could. "I will help you," I said. "I promise." I reached into my bag and took out the loom. I set it up beside the pool, and I began to weave. I wove a tapestry of light and hope, a work of art that reflected the beauty and harmony of the universe. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of green and blue, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the spring being restored to its former glory, its waters flowing pure and clear, its surroundings teeming with life. The loom began to hum and the air crackled with energy. The pool began to shimmer and the darkness began to recede. The surrounding vegetation began to revive and the trees began to bloom. The spring was healing. I continued to weave, pouring all of my remaining strength into the loom. And then I saw it. A dark shadow lurking beneath the surface of the pool. It was the source of the corruption, the force that was poisoning the spring. It was a creature of darkness, a being of pure evil. It was grotesque and repulsive, its body twisted and deformed, its eyes filled with hatred and malice. The creature lunged at me, its claws extended, its teeth bared. I screamed and jumped back, dropping the loom in the process. The creature roared and lunged again. I was trapped, with no way to defend myself. But then something happened. A beam of light shot down from the sky, striking the creature directly. The creature screamed in agony and burst into flames. Its body dissolved into ashes and the darkness vanished. The forgotten spring was cleansed. The water in the pool began to flow again, pure and clear. The surrounding vegetation flourished, and the trees grew tall and strong. The air was filled with the scent of flowers and the sound of bird song. The spring was restored. I stood there exhausted but elated, watching as the spring regained its former glory. I had succeeded. I had protected the balance. I had preserved the harmony. But my journey was far from over. There were still many wounds to heal, many challenges to face. I looked at the loom. It stood silent and waiting, ready for its next task. And then the golden thread appeared again. The Shattered Mirror. Chapter 5. Reflections of Discord. The Shattered Mirror. The words conjured images of fractured realities, of distorted perceptions, of broken trust. After the cleansing of the forgotten spring, a sense of quiet accomplishment had settled upon me. A fleeting moment of respite before the loom inevitably called me to another task. But this new directive felt different, more ominous. It wasn't about healing a wounded place. It hinted at something broken within the very fabric of reality itself. I lingered at the restored spring for a few days, basking in its revitalizing energy and reflecting on the events that had led me there. The encounter with the corrupted entity had been terrifying, a stark reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world. But the act of weaving, of channeling the loom's power to heal and restore, had been profoundly rewarding. I felt a growing confidence in my abilities, a sense of purpose that transcended my personal grief. Before departing, I offered a silent prayer of gratitude to the spring and its guardians. promising to return and tend to its well-being whenever I could. The journey back to my village was uneventful, allowing me ample time to contemplate the meaning of the shattered mirror. Upon my return, I immediately consulted Silas. The phrase felt less like a geographical location and more like an allegory, but I hoped the elder's wisdom might offer some insight. The shattered mirror, Silas mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. That is a phrase I have encountered in several ancient texts, though its meaning is often shrouded in ambiguity. Some interpret it as a reference to a powerful artifact, a mirror capable of reflecting not only physical appearances, but also the very essence of a person's soul. Others believe it to be a metaphor for a state of discord, a breakdown in communication or understanding that leads to conflict and division. He continued, legend has it that the original mirror was created by the ancient weavers as a tool for self-reflection and enlightenment, but it was eventually shattered, either through accident or malice, and its fragments scattered across the land. Each fragment is said to possess a unique power, capable of distorting reality in subtle but significant ways. Sila's words filled me with a sense of foreboding. The idea of fragments of a shattered mirror, each capable of warping reality, was deeply unsettling. If such fragments existed, they could potentially cause widespread chaos and destruction. Do you know where these fragments might be located? I asked. Silas shook his head. Unfortunately, no. The texts offer only vague clues referring to places of great power or significance, places where emotions run high and conflicts are prevalent. It could be anywhere. His answer left me feeling frustrated and uncertain. How could I hope to find these fragments if I had no idea where to look? I returned to my workshop, feeling overwhelmed by the enormity of the task. The loom stood silent, its power dormant, waiting for my command. I sat down in front of it, closed my eyes, and tried to listen. I listened to the whispers of the past, to the voices of the weavers, to the guidance of Sarah. I listened to my own intuition, my own inner wisdom. And then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible voice coming from the depths of my own heart. It was a voice of understanding, a voice of clarity. Look within, the voice whispered. The shattered mirror is not just outside, but within. It reflects the fragmented self, the broken pieces of the human spirit. The words resonated within me, illuminating a new perspective on the loom's directive. Perhaps the shattered mirror wasn't just about finding physical fragments of an artifact. Perhaps it was also about confronting the internal divisions that plagued humanity, the conflicts and misunderstandings that drove people apart. I opened my eyes and looked at the loom. The golden thread appeared again. The divided city. The divided city. It was both a geographical location and a symbolic representation of the internal conflicts that I needed to address. I consulted Silas once more. Silas, have you ever heard of a city called the Divided City? Silas nodded slowly. Yes, Elias. It is a real place, though it is not known by that name officially. It is the city of Veridia, located on the border between two warring kingdoms. For centuries, Veridia has been a battleground, a place of constant conflict and division. The city is literally divided in half, with one side controlled by one kingdom and the other side controlled by the other. The people of Veridia are constantly caught in the middle, torn between loyalty to their respective kingdoms and a desire for peace and unity. His words confirmed my suspicions. Veridia was the place I needed to go, the place where I could confront the shattered mirror and attempt to heal its divisions. I set off for Veridia the following morning. The journey was long and arduous, taking me through treacherous mountain passes and across vast, desolate plains. As I drew closer to the city, I could feel the tension in the air, the palpable sense of unease and mistrust. Veridia was a grim and desolate place. The city was divided by a high wall, separating the two halves. The streets were narrow and crowded, filled with soldiers and refugees. The buildings were dilapidated and crumbling, scarred by years of conflict. The people of Veridia were weary and distrustful. They had seen too much violence, too much suffering. They were divided by language, culture, and loyalty. They had lost hope for a better future. I wandered through the streets of Veridia, observing the city and its people. I spoke with soldiers from both kingdoms, listening to their grievances and their justifications for the war. I spoke with refugees, hearing their stories of loss and displacement. I spoke with merchants who struggled to survive in the midst of the conflict. I realized that the shattered mirror was everywhere in Veridia. It was reflected in the divided city, in the distrustful people, in the broken buildings. The city was a microcosm of the world, a place where the internal divisions of humanity were amplified and distorted. As I wandered through the city, I noticed a group of children playing in a deserted alleyway. They were using broken pieces of glass and pottery to create makeshift toys, their laughter echoing through the desolate streets. I approached the children cautiously and watched them play. They seemed oblivious to the conflict and division that surrounded them. They were simply children, finding joy and connection in the midst of chaos. As I watched them, I noticed something strange about the pieces of glass and pottery they were using. They shimmered with a faint, ethereal light. They were fragments of the shattered mirror. The children were unknowingly playing with fragments of an artifact that could potentially warp reality and amplify the divisions of the city. I knew what I had to do. I had to gather the fragments and attempt to heal them, to restore their original form and dispel their distorting influence. I approached the children and offered them some coins in exchange for their toys. They were hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. I carefully collected the fragments, feeling a surge of energy as I touched them. The fragments were cold and brittle, vibrating with a discordant energy. I could feel their influence, the way they distorted my perceptions and amplified my negative emotions. I returned to my lodgings and spread the fragments out on a table. They shimmered and pulsed, casting strange shadows on the walls. I closed my eyes and tried to focus, to connect with the essence of the original mirror. I felt a presence, a faint echo of the ancient weavers. They were guiding me, helping me to understand the fragments and their power. I realized that each fragment represented a different aspect of the shattered mirror, a different type of division. One fragment represented the division between kingdoms, the conflict between nations. Another represented the division between cultures, the misunderstandings and prejudices that separated people. And another represented the division within individuals, the internal conflicts and self-doubt that plagued the human spirit. To heal the fragments, I had to address these divisions, to promote understanding and reconciliation. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of unity and harmony, a work of art that celebrated the diversity and interconnectedness of humanity. I used threads of every color, threads of every texture, threads of every origin. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the people of Veridia coming together, transcending their divisions and embracing a future of peace and unity. The loom began to hum, and the air crackled with energy. The fragments began to shimmer, and their discordant energy began to fade. The shadows on the walls began to dissipate, and the room filled with a soft, golden light. The fragments were healing. I continued to weave, pouring all of my remaining strength into the loom. And then I saw it. The fragments began to merge together, slowly reforming into a single, whole mirror. The mirror shimmered and pulsed with a radiant energy, reflecting the beauty and harmony of the universe. The shattered mirror was restored. I stood there, exhausted but elated, watching as the mirror regained its original form. I had succeeded. I had healed the divisions. I had restored the harmony. I knew that my journey was far from over. There were still many challenges to face, many wounds to heal. But I had taken a significant step towards protecting the balance and preserving the peace. I looked at the restored mirror and I saw my own reflection. But it was more than just a reflection of my physical appearance. It was a reflection of my soul, my spirit, my true self. And in that reflection, I saw hope. The golden thread then reappeared on the loom. The sunken city. What new adventure will that bring? Chapter 6, Echoes in the Deep. The sunken city. The very name evoked images of forgotten histories, submerged secrets, and the crushing weight of the ocean's depths. After the intense emotional and spiritual labor of restoring the shattered mirror in Veridia, the prospect of venturing into the unknown, potentially treacherous realm of a sunken city was daunting. Yet, the loom's directive was unwavering, its golden thread a constant reminder of my responsibility. Before departing Veridia, I observed a subtle shift in the city's atmosphere. The tension hadn't completely dissipated, but there was a noticeable increase in cooperation between the two factions. Trade had begun to flow more freely, and I even witnessed a joint effort to repair some of the war-torn buildings. The restored mirror, it seemed, had planted a seed of hope, a glimmer of possibility for a more unified future. I sought out Sila's counsel once more, eager to glean any information he might possess about the sunken city. The sunken city, Silas said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Legends speak of a magnificent coastal city called Ethilgard, renowned for its advanced technology and prosperous trade. It was said to be a beacon of innovation, a place where science and art flourished in harmony. He paused, his expression darkening. But Ethelgard was also known for its hubris. Its citizens became obsessed with progress, neglecting the natural world and their own spiritual well-being. They delved into forbidden knowledge, tampering with forces they did not understand. What happened to the city? I asked, my apprehension growing. According to the legends, Ethelgard was swallowed by the sea as punishment for its arrogance. A massive earthquake struck the coast, triggering a devastating tsunami that engulfed the city in a matter of hours. All that remained were scattered ruins and whispered tales of a lost civilization. Do you know where Ethelgard was located? I pressed. Silas consulted a weathered map, tracing a finger along the coastline. The legends place it somewhere along the Azure coast, a region known for its unpredictable weather and treacherous currents. Many have searched for the sunken city, but none have ever returned with definitive proof of its existence. The Azure coast. It sounded like a perilous destination, but I knew I had no choice. The Loom had called me, and I had to answer. The journey to the Azure coast was a test of endurance. The coastal region was plagued by storms and shrouded in mist, making navigation difficult and dangerous. I traveled by sea, hearing a weathered fisherman named Maurice to guide me through the treacherous waters. Maurice was a taciturn man, hardened by years of battling the elements. He was skeptical of my quest, dismissing the legends of Ethelgard as fanciful tales. But he was a skilled sailor, and I trusted his judgment. As we sailed closer to the supposed location of the sunken city, the weather grew increasingly turbulent. The waves crashed against the hull of the boat, and the wind howled like a banshee. I felt a growing sense of unease, as if the sea itself was resisting our intrusion. After several days of relentless storms, the weather finally broke. The clouds parted, revealing a breathtaking vista of crystal-clear water and jagged cliffs. Maurice pointed towards a cluster of rocky islands, barely visible on the horizon. "Those are the serpent's teeth," he said. "The legends claim that Ethelgard lies beneath those islands." We navigated our boat through the treacherous currents and approached the serpent's teeth cautiously. As we drew closer, I could see the faint outlines of submerged structures beneath the surface of the water. Ethelgard. The sunken city was real. I prepared to dive, donning a heavy diving suit and equipping myself with a waterproof lamp. Maurice warned me about the dangers of the deep, the strong currents, the unpredictable marine life, and the potential for collapsing structures. But I was determined to explore the ruins of Ethelgard. I plunged into the icy water and descended into the depths. As I sank deeper, the sunlight faded, and the world around me transformed into a surreal and haunting landscape. The ruins of Ethelgard were eerily beautiful, a testament to the city's former grandeur. Colossal buildings, adorned with intricate carvings, stood silent and desolate, overgrown with coral and seaweed. Schools of fish darted through the submerged streets, their scales shimmering in the dim light. I explored the ruins cautiously, marveling at the ingenuity and artistry of the Ethelgardians. I found remnants of advanced technology, strange devices that seemed to harness the power of the sea. I also found evidence of their hubris, their disregard for the natural world. As I ventured deeper into the city, I began to hear whispers, faint and ethereal voices that seemed to echo from the walls. They were the voices of the Ethel Guardians, trapped within the ruins, reliving their past mistakes. "We were so blind," one voice lamented. "We chased progress at the expense of everything else." "We ignored the warnings," another voice whispered. "We thought we were invincible. Now we are doomed to wander these ruins for eternity," a third voice moaned. The voices filled me with a sense of sorrow and regret. The Ethel Guardians had paid a terrible price for their arrogance. As I explored the ruins, I noticed a strange energy emanating from a particular building. It was a large, domed structure located at the heart of the city. The building was heavily damaged, but it still radiated an aura of power. I approached the building cautiously and entered through a gaping hole in the wall. Inside, I found a vast chamber, filled with strange devices and shimmering crystals. In the center of the chamber, I saw it. A large, circular mirror, embedded in the floor. The mirror was cracked and broken, but it still reflected the faint light filtering through the water. It was another fragment of the shattered mirror. This fragment was different from the one I had found in Veridia. It radiated a powerful, almost overwhelming energy, a force that seemed to amplify the despair and regret of the Ethel Guardians. I realized that this fragment was the source of the city's curse, the reason why the spirits of the Ethel Guardians were trapped within the ruins. The fragment was amplifying their negative emotions, preventing them from finding peace. I knew what I had to do. I had to heal the fragment, to dispel its negative energy and release the spirits of the Ethel Guardians. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of forgiveness and redemption, a work of art that celebrated the resilience of the human spirit and the possibility of learning from our mistakes. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of blue and green, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the Ethel Guardians finding peace, forgiving themselves and each other, and moving on to a better place. The loom began to hum, and the air crackled with energy. The fragment began to shimmer, and its negative energy began to dissipate. The voices of the Ethel Guardians grew fainter, and their sorrow began to fade. The fragment was healing. I continued to weave, pouring all of my remaining strength into the loom. And then I saw it. The fragment began to glow with a radiant light, and the cracked lines began to heal. The mirror began to reflect the beauty and harmony of the underwater world. The fragment was restored. As the mirror was restored, the spirits of the Ethel Guardians began to fade away. They whispered words of gratitude and farewell, their voices filled with peace and joy. I stood there, exhausted but elated, watching as the spirits of the Ethel Guardians were released from their torment. I had succeeded. I had healed the fragment. I had freed the spirits. I knew that my journey was far from over. There were still many challenges to face, many wounds to heal. but I had taken another significant step towards protecting the balance and preserving the peace. As I prepared to leave the sunken city, I noticed something strange about the water. It was shimmering with a faint, golden light. The water was healing. I returned to the surface and told Maurice what had happened. He was skeptical at first, but he could see the change in the water. He had never seen it so clear and vibrant. We sailed away from the serpent's teeth, leaving the sunken city behind. As we sailed, I looked back at the islands and I saw a faint, golden glow emanating from the sea. The sunken city was no longer cursed. It was a place of peace and beauty, a testament to the power of forgiveness and redemption. I looked at the loom, and the golden thread appeared again. The burning desert. Another challenge. What could this mean? Chapter 7, Oasis of Ashes. The burning desert. The name itself was an oxymoron, a contradiction that hinted at a deeper imbalance. After the underwater serenity of Ethelgard, the thought of facing scorching heat and arid landscapes was physically and emotionally draining. Each location the loom directed me to seemed designed to test different aspects of my being. This time, it felt like a trial by fire. I bid farewell to Maurice the fisherman with genuine gratitude. His stoic companionship and seafaring skills had been invaluable. As I disembarked, I couldn't help but notice a subtle shift in his demeanor. The skepticism had faded, replaced by a quiet respect, perhaps even a hint of belief. Consulting Elias once more, I sought information about the burning desert. The burning desert, Elias sighed, his brow furrowing. That is a place spoken of with fear and trepidation. It is said to be a vast expanse of scorching sand and jagged rock, where the sun beats down mercilessly and water is as precious as gold. Few dare to venture into its depths. Are there any settlements within the desert? I inquired. There are nomadic tribes that roam the fringes of the desert, eking out a precarious existence by herding goats and trading with the oasis towns, Elias replied. But the heart of the desert is said to be uninhabited, a wasteland haunted by sandstorms and mirages. He paused, his gaze distant. Legends speak of a once thriving civilization that flourished in the desert centuries ago. They were skilled artisans and cunning traders who built magnificent cities and created intricate irrigation systems. But their civilization was destroyed by a great fire, a cataclysm that turned their fertile lands into a barren wasteland. What caused the fire? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Some say it was a natural disaster, a volcanic eruption or a meteor strike, Elias answered. Others believe it was a divine punishment, inflicted upon the civilization for their wickedness and greed. Whatever the cause, the fire consumed everything in its path, leaving behind only ashes and scorched earth. The image of a once thriving civilization reduced to ashes resonated deeply within me. It mirrored the fate of Ethelgard, a testament to the destructive power of hubris and imbalance. The burning desert, I suspected, held a similar lesson, a warning about the consequences of unchecked ambition and disregard for the natural world. Preparing for the journey, I gathered supplies of water, food, and protective clothing. I also sought the counsel of a seasoned desert traveler, a weathered Bedouin named Omar, who offered to guide me through the treacherous terrain. Omar was a man of few words, but his knowledge of the desert was unparalleled. He knew the location of hidden springs, the signs of approaching sandstorms, and the customs of the nomadic tribes. He was a valuable ally, and I trusted his instincts implicitly. As we ventured into the desert, the landscape transformed dramatically. The lush greenery of the coastal region gave way to a desolate expanse of sand and rock, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sun beat down with relentless intensity, and the air shimmered with heat. The journey was arduous, testing my physical and mental endurance. We trudged through scorching sand, climbed over jagged rocks, and battled relentless sandstorms. The thirst was constant, and the fear of getting lost loomed large. After several days of travel, we reached the fringes of the burning desert. The landscape became even more desolate, the sand turning black and the rocks becoming charred. The air was thick with the smell of ash and smoke. This was the heart of the devastation, the epicenter of the Great Fire. As we ventured deeper into the desert, we began to encounter signs of the lost civilization. We found crumbling ruins, half buried in the sand, remnants of magnificent buildings and intricate irrigation systems. We also found artifacts, pottery shards, and tools scattered among the ashes. The artifacts told a story of a sophisticated and prosperous society, a civilization that had mastered the art of living in harmony with the desert. But they also told a story of greed and ambition, of a civilization that had become consumed by its own success. As we explored the ruins, we began to hear whispers, faint and mournful voices that seemed to echo from the sand. They were the voices of the lost civilization, trapped within the desert, reliving their final moments. "We were warned," one voice lamented, "but we did not listen. We chased wealth and power," another voice whispered, "and we destroyed ourselves in the process. Now we are doomed to wander this wasteland for eternity," a third voice moaned. The voices filled me with a sense of sorrow and regret. The people of the lost civilization had paid a terrible price for their mistakes. As we explored the ruins, we noticed a strange energy emanating from a particular location. It was a large, circular depression in the sand, surrounded by charred rocks. The depression was filled with a shimmering black substance, like molten glass. It was the site of the Great Fire, the epicenter of the devastation. As I approached the depression, I could feel the heat radiating from the ground. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and the ground vibrated with a low, rumbling sound. This was a place of immense power, a place of destruction and despair. I knew what I had to do. I had to heal this place, to dispel the negative energy and release the spirits of the lost civilization. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of healing and renewal, a work of art that celebrated the resilience of nature and the possibility of rebirth. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of green and blue, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the desert being transformed, the scorched earth being revitalized, the ruins being overgrown with vegetation. The loom began to hum, and the air crackled with energy. The black substance in the depression began to shimmer, and its negative energy began to dissipate. The voices of the lost civilization grew fainter, and their sorrow began to fade. The depression was healing. As I continued to weave, a sandstorm began to gather on the horizon. The wind howled and the sand swirled around us, obscuring the sun. Omar warned me that we had to take shelter, or we would be buried alive. But I couldn't stop weaving. I was so close to healing the depression, to releasing the spirits of the lost civilization. I ignored Omar's warnings and continued to pour all of my remaining strength into the loom. The sandstorm intensified, and the wind threatened to tear the loom from my hands. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground near the depression. The ground shook violently, and a column of fire erupted from the depression. I screamed and jumped back, dropping the loom in the process. The fire consumed the loom, turning it to ashes in a matter of seconds. I watched in horror as the loom was destroyed. All my work, all my effort, all my hope, gone in an instant. I had failed. I collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. The sandstorm raged around me, burying me in sand and ash. Omar dragged me to a nearby cave, where we took shelter from the storm. I lay there for hours, despondent and defeated. The loom was gone, and with it my ability to heal the world. As the storm subsided, I emerged from the cave, my body aching and my spirit broken. The desert was silent, the air still thick with the smell of ash. I walked back to the depression, expecting to find it unchanged. But to my surprise, I saw something different. The black substance in the depression was gone, and in its place, there was a small oasis, a pool of clear water surrounded by lush vegetation. The desert was healing. Even without the loom, my efforts had not been in vain. The act of weaving, the intention of healing, had somehow triggered a transformation, a renewal of the desert's life force. As I gazed at the oasis, I realized that the loom was not the only source of power. The power to heal, the power to create, existed within me, within all living beings. The loss of the loom was a tragedy, but it was also a lesson. It taught me that true power comes not from external tools, but from internal strength, from the ability to connect with the life force of the universe. I spent several days at the oasis, tending to the plants and animals and listening to the whispers of the desert. The spirits of the lost civilization were at peace, their sorrow replaced by a sense of hope. Before departing, I offered a silent prayer of gratitude to the desert, promising to return and tend to its well-being whenever I could. As I walked away from the oasis, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The loom was gone, but my journey was far from over. I still had a responsibility to protect the balance and preserve the peace. And I knew that somehow, somewhere, I would find a way to fulfill that responsibility, even without the loom. Suddenly, a small fragment of golden thread appeared in my hand. How was this possible? The loom was gone. I looked around, There was nothing but sand. Then I heard a voice. "You will create a new loom." How was I going to create a new loom? I was just a simple weaver. This was going to be impossible. Chapter 8: The Seed of Creation. The golden thread in my hand, a wisp of shimmering hope amidst the desolation, felt like a cruel jest at first. The loom, the source of my power, the instrument of my purpose, had been reduced to ashes. How could I possibly fulfill the mysterious voice's command to create a new one? I was a weaver, not a craftsman capable of conjuring such an intricate and powerful device. Despair threatened to engulf me, but the warmth of the golden thread served as a grounding force, a subtle reminder that even in the face of utter loss, something remained. The whispers of the restored desert, the memory of the Ethel guardian spirits finding peace, the image of the healed spring, these were proof that my efforts, even without the loom, had not been in vain. And the voice, though enigmatic, had spoken with conviction. I had to believe that the possibility of creating a new loom existed, however improbable it seemed. I turned to Omar, my desert guide, seeking his wisdom and practical knowledge. "Omar," I said, showing him the golden thread, "I need to build a new loom. Do you know where I might find the materials and the skills necessary to do so?" Omar examined the thread with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. "A loom? In the desert? That is a difficult task, weaver. Wood is scarce and skilled craftsmen are even rarer, but nothing is impossible. There is a hidden oasis town called Al Jazeera, located on the edge of the Great Sand Sea. They are known for their ingenuity and resourcefulness. If anyone can help you, it is the people of Al Jazeera." Hope flickered within me once more. Al Jazeera offered a potential path forward, a chance to overcome the seemingly insurmountable obstacle of building a new loom. We embarked on the arduous journey to Al Jazeera, traversing treacherous dunes and navigating by the stars. Omar's knowledge of the desert was invaluable, leading us to hidden springs and sheltered canyons. As we traveled, I pondered the nature of the loom, its intricate mechanics, and the source of its power. I realized that recreating it would require more than just materials and skills. It would require a deep understanding of its essence, a connection to the force that animated it. After many days of relentless travel, we finally reached Al Jazeera. The oasis town was a vibrant hub of activity, a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of its inhabitants. Palm trees swayed in the breeze, providing shade for bustling marketplaces and workshops. The air was filled with the scent of spices, dates, and fragrant oils. I sought out the town elder, a wise woman named Fatima, and explained my situation, showing her the golden thread and recounting the story of the loom's destruction. Fatima listened patiently, her eyes filled with compassion and understanding. The loom was a powerful tool, she said, but its power came not from its physical form, but from the intention of its user. You have proven that you possess a good heart and a strong will. We will help you build a new loom. Her words filled me with gratitude and renewed determination. The people of Al Jazeera were willing to support me, to share their skills and resources in pursuit of this seemingly impossible goal. Over the next few weeks, I worked tirelessly alongside the craftsmen of Al Jazeera. learning about woodworking, metalworking, and the art of weaving. I discovered that the loom was not merely a mechanical device, but a complex system of interconnected parts, each imbued with a specific purpose. We scavenged for materials, gathering salvaged wood from shipwrecks and abandoned settlements. We melted down discarded metal tools and fashioned them into intricate gears and levers. We spun thread from the fibers of desert plants, dyeing them with natural pigments. As we worked, I began to understand the true meaning of the voice's command to create a new loom. It wasn't just about replicating the physical form of the original. It was about embodying its essence, about infusing it with the power of intention and the spirit of collaboration. One day, as I was struggling to carve a particularly intricate piece of wood, Fatima approached me with a knowing smile. "You are trying too hard, Weaver," she said. "The loom is not something you can force into existence. It must emerge from within you, from the depths of your creativity and compassion. Close your eyes and listen to the wood. Let it guide your hands." I followed her advice, closing my eyes and focusing on the wood. I felt its texture, its grain, its energy. And then I heard it. A faint whisper coming from the wood itself. "Elias," the wood whispered, "I am a part of you. I am a vessel for your intention. Let me help you create." I opened my eyes and my hands moved almost of their own accord, carving the wood with precision and grace. The piece began to take shape, reflecting the vision in my mind's eye. From that moment on, the process of building the loom became a collaborative effort, a dance between my intention and the material's inherent potential. The craftsmen of Al Jazeera marveled at my newfound skill, attributing it to divine inspiration. Slowly, painstakingly, the new loom began to take shape. It was different from the original, reflecting the unique environment and the collective spirit of Al Jazeera. But it possessed the same essential features, the same intricate mechanics, and the same potential for power. Finally, after months of relentless effort, the new loom was complete. It stood tall and majestic, a testament to the power of collaboration, the resilience of the human spirit, and the transformative potential of loss. I stood before the loom, filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. It was time to test its power, to see if it could truly replace the original. I reached out and touched the loom. A surge of energy coursed through me, and the air crackled with electricity. The loom began to hum, and the golden thread reappeared, shimmering with renewed brilliance. The loom was alive. I closed my eyes and focused my intention, visualizing the desert being transformed, the barren landscape being revitalized. I reached for the golden thread and began to weave. As I wove, I felt a connection to the desert, to its plants, its animals, its people. I felt a surge of creative energy, a wellspring of compassion and hope. The loom began to glow, and the surrounding air shimmered with heat. The sand beneath my feet began to vibrate, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. I opened my eyes and I saw it. A fountain of water erupting from the ground, a source of life and abundance in the heart of the desert. The new loom was working. The people of Al Jazeera rejoiced. celebrating the miraculous transformation of their environment. They had witnessed the power of the loom, the power of intention, and the power of collaboration. I had succeeded. I had built a new loom, and in doing so, I had discovered a new source of strength within myself. I looked at the new loom, and the golden thread appeared again. The celestial observatory. What was waiting for me there? Chapter 9, Stargazer's Burden. The celestial observatory. The words conjured images of towering structures reaching for the heavens, of scholars poring over ancient texts and charting the movements of celestial bodies, of seeking answers to the universe's greatest mysteries in the vast expanse of the night sky. After the arduous physical labor of building the new loom in the desert oasis, the prospect of intellectual pursuit and astronomical observation felt like a welcome shift. However, a sense of foreboding lingered. Each location the loom directed me to was not merely a place, but a challenge, a test designed to reveal hidden truths and force me to confront my own limitations. Before departing Al Jazeera, I expressed my heartfelt gratitude to Fatima and the people of the oasis town. Their unwavering support and collaborative spirit had been instrumental in the creation of the new loom. The fountain I had woven into existence continued to flow, providing a vital source of water and revitalizing the desert landscape. Al Jazeera, once a struggling oasis, was now a thriving testament to the power of hope and cooperation. I sought out Omar's counsel once more, inquiring about the celestial observatory. The celestial observatory, Omar mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. It is said to be located in the Skyreach Mountains, a towering range that borders the northern edge of the desert. The mountains are shrouded in mist and snow, making them difficult and dangerous to traverse. He continued, the observatory was built by an ancient order of stargazers who sought to understand the secrets of the universe by studying the movements of the stars and planets. They were renowned for their wisdom and knowledge, and their insights were said to have influenced the course of history. What happened to the stargazers? I asked, my curiosity piqued. According to the legends, the stargazers vanished without a trace centuries ago, Omar replied. Some say they ascended to the heavens, joining the celestial bodies they had studied for so long. Others believe they were consumed by their own ambition, delving too deep into forbidden knowledge and unleashing forces they could not control. The story of the stargazers resonated with me, echoing the tales of the Ethel Guardians and the lost civilization of the burning desert. Each civilization, in its pursuit of progress and knowledge, had succumbed to the dangers of hubris and imbalance. I feared that the celestial observatory held a similar warning, a lesson about the limits of human understanding and the consequences of unchecked ambition. Preparing for the journey, I gathered warm clothing, climbing gear, and supplies of food and water. I also sought the guidance of a seasoned mountaineer, a hardy woman named Anya, who offered to lead me through the treacherous terrain of the Skyreach Mountains. Anya was a skilled climber and a resourceful guide, her knowledge of the mountains unparalleled. She was also a pragmatic and skeptical woman, dismissive of legends and superstitions. But she was reliable and trustworthy, and I valued her expertise. As we ascended the Skyreach Mountains, the landscape transformed dramatically. The arid desert gave way to snow-capped peaks and icy glaciers. The air grew thin and cold, and the wind howled with relentless force. The climb was arduous, testing my physical and mental endurance. We scaled sheer cliffs, traversed icy crevasses, and battled blinding snowstorms. The fear of falling loomed large, and the weight of the loom strapped to my back added to the challenge. After many days of relentless climbing, we finally reached the celestial observatory. The observatory was a massive structure built of stone and metal, perched precariously on the edge of a towering cliff. It was partially ruined, its walls cracked and its roof partially collapsed, but it still radiated an aura of power and mystery. The interior of the observatory was filled with strange devices, telescopes, astrolabes, and orreries, all designed to study the movements of the stars and planets. The walls were covered with intricate diagrams, astrological charts, and astronomical calculations. As I explored the observatory, I began to hear whispers, faint and ethereal voices that seemed to echo from the walls. They were the voices of the stargazers, trapped within the observatory, reliving their final moments. We sought to understand the universe, one voice lamented, but we failed to understand ourselves. We delved too deep into forbidden knowledge, another voice whispered, and we unleashed forces we could not control. Now we are doomed to wander these ruins for eternity, a third voice moaned. The voices filled me with a sense of sorrow and regret. The stargazers had paid a terrible price for their ambition. As I explored the observatory, I noticed a strange energy emanating from a particular chamber. It was a large, circular room located at the top of the observatory. The room was dominated by a massive telescope pointed towards the heavens. I approached the chamber cautiously and entered. Inside, I found a single object, a small crystalline sphere, resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. It was another fragment of the shattered mirror. This fragment was different from the ones I had found in Veridia and Ethilgard. It radiated a cold, detached energy, a force that seemed to amplify the stargazers, intellectual arrogance, and their disregard for the human element. I realized that this fragment was the source of the observatory's curse, the reason why the spirits of the stargazers were trapped within the ruins. The fragment was amplifying their intellectual hubris, preventing them from finding peace. I knew what I had to do. I had to heal the fragment, to dispel its cold, detached energy and release the spirits of the stargazers. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of humility and compassion, a work of art that celebrated the interconnectedness of science and art, reason and emotion, knowledge and wisdom. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of blue and green, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the stargazers finding peace, embracing humility, and rediscovering their connection to humanity. The loom began to hum, and the air crackled with energy. The fragment began to shimmer, and its cold, detached energy began to dissipate. The voices of the stargazers grew fainter, and their sorrow began to fade. The fragment was healing. As I continued to weave, a powerful wind began to howl through the observatory. The walls shook, and the roof groaned. Anya warned me that a storm was approaching, and that we had to evacuate immediately. But I couldn't stop weaving. I was so close to healing the fragment, to releasing the spirits of the stargazers. I ignored Anya's warnings and continued to pour all of my remaining strength into the loom. The storm intensified, and the wind threatened to tear the loom from my hands. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the telescope. The telescope shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, and the room was plunged into darkness. I screamed and stumbled backwards, dropping the loom in the process. The loom landed on the floor with a crash, its delicate mechanism damaged. I watched in horror as the loom was broken once more. All my work, all my effort, all my hope, seemingly undone. As quickly as it started, the storm subsided. Anya helped me gather up the loom. Now what were we going to do? I looked at the crystalline sphere. It was glowing. It then floated into the air and flew inside of me. The voices of the stargazers started talking to me and telling me how to fix the loom. Chapter 10: Echoes of the Cosmos. The crystalline sphere, the fragment of the shattered mirror, had entered me. The experience was unlike anything I had ever encountered. It wasn't a violation, but a fusion, a merging of consciousness. The voices of the stargazers, once mournful and distant, now resonated within my own mind, their knowledge and experiences flooding my senses. Initially, the influx of information was overwhelming. I struggled to maintain my own sense of self as I was bombarded with astronomical calculations, philosophical theories, and fragmented memories of the stargazers' lives. Anya, witnessing my distress, helped me to find a quiet corner of the ruined observatory where I could focus and regain my composure. Slowly, I began to sift through the torrent of information, separating the useful knowledge from the lingering regrets and anxieties of the stargazers. Their greatest insights, their understanding of the cosmos, became accessible to me. I saw the intricate dance of celestial bodies, the vastness of space, and the interconnectedness of all things. But I also saw their flaws, their intellectual arrogance, their detachment from the human element. They had become so engrossed in their pursuit of knowledge that they had lost sight of the beauty and wonder of the world around them. They had forgotten the importance of compassion, empathy, and human connection. With the stargazers, knowledge now imprinted within me, I understood how to fix the loom. The crystalline sphere had not only provided the knowledge, but also the energy, a subtle power that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the universe. I guided Anya to help me fix the loom. We salvaged what we could from the shattered telescope, using its metal components to reinforce the damaged loom. The stargazers, through me, guided our hands, providing the expertise and precision necessary to repair the delicate mechanism. The process was slow and painstaking, but the stargazers had the knowledge, so they could help a lot. As we worked, Anya observed me with a mixture of fascination and concern. She still didn't fully understand what had happened, but she could see the transformation that was taking place within me. The knowledge that I contained allowed me to help others and to fix the loom with Anya's help. "You've changed, Elias," she said one evening as we rested from our labors. "You seem wiser somehow, but also sadder." "I have seen the universe, Anya," I replied, "and I have seen the limitations of human understanding. Knowledge is a powerful thing, but it must be tempered with humility and compassion." Anya nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "Perhaps that's what the stargazers forgot," she said. "They were so busy looking at the stars that they forgot to look at the world around them." With Anya's help, the loom was repaired. It wasn't exactly the same as before, but it was functional. It radiated a subtle energy, a force that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the universe. It was time to test its power. I closed my eyes and focused my intention, visualizing the observatory being restored, the spirits of the stargazers finding peace, and the balance between knowledge and wisdom being restored. I reached for the golden thread and began to weave. As I wove, I felt a connection to the cosmos, to the stars, the planets, and the vast expanse of space. I felt a surge of intellectual curiosity, a desire to understand the mysteries of the universe. But I also felt a renewed sense of humility, a recognition of the limits of human understanding. The loom began to glow, and the surrounding air shimmered with starlight. The ruins of the observatory began to repair themselves, the walls straightening, the roof reforming. The broken telescopes began to reassemble themselves, their lenses gleaming with celestial light. The observatory was being restored. As the observatory was restored, the voices of the stargazers began to fade away. They whispered words of gratitude and farewell, their voices filled with peace and joy. "Thank you, Elias," one voice whispered. "You have shown us the way." "We are finally free," another voice said. "May your journey be blessed," a third voice added. The spirits of the stargazers were released from their torment, their knowledge and wisdom now a part of me. With the observatory restored and the stargazers at peace, I turned my attention to the surrounding landscape. The Skyreach Mountains were still shrouded in mist and snow, making travel difficult and dangerous. But I felt a desire to use the loom to improve the lives of the people who lived in the region, to bring warmth and light to their harsh environment. I closed my eyes and focused my intention, visualizing the mountains being transformed, the snow melting, the vegetation flourishing. I reached for the golden thread and began to weave. As I wove, I felt a connection to the mountains, to their rugged peaks, their icy glaciers, and their hidden valleys. I felt a surge of creative energy, a desire to bring life and beauty to this desolate landscape. The loom began to glow, and the surrounding air warmed significantly. The snow on the mountaintops began to melt, revealing patches of green vegetation. The valleys below began to fill with wildflowers, their vibrant colors contrasting sharply with the stark landscape. The mountains were being transformed. Anya watched in amazement as the landscape around us changed, the harsh environment giving way to a more hospitable and inviting one. She still didn't fully understand the power of the loom, but she could see its effects, and she was grateful for the transformation. The voices of the people who lived in the valleys below traveled to us. "Thank you, Elias," one of them exclaimed. "It is so nice to feel the sun." As I looked down at the mountains, a path opened in front of me. Where did this path lead? Chapter 11: The Labyrinth of the Mind. The sudden appearance of a path, winding down the mountainside from the restored observatory, felt less like a guide and more like an invitation into the unknown. A part of me longed for respite, a moment to process the profound experiences of merging with the stargazers and witnessing the transformative power of the loom. Yet, the path pulsed with an undeniable energy, a siren call that I knew I couldn't ignore. Before embarking on this new journey, I turned to Anya, my trusted companion. "Anya," I said, "I feel compelled to follow this path, but I don't know where it leads or what dangers lie ahead. Will you come with me?" Anya hesitated for a moment, her gaze fixed on the winding path. "I've never been one for mysteries, Elias," she said, "but I trust your judgment, and I've seen enough to know that you're not just a simple weaver. I'll go with you, but I'm warning you, if this turns out to be some kind of fool's errand, I'm turning back." I smiled, relieved to have her support. With Anya by my side, I felt confident that I could face whatever challenges lay ahead. We began our descent, following the winding path down the mountainside. The path was narrow and treacherous, winding through forests of towering trees and crossing over deep ravines. As we descended, the landscape became increasingly surreal, the trees twisting into strange shapes, the rocks glowing with an eerie light. After several hours of relentless hiking, we reached the entrance to a massive structure built into the side of the mountain. The entrance was a gaping maw, framed by jagged rocks and shrouded in mist. A sign above the entrance was inscribed with strange symbols. "This is the labyrinth of the mind," Anya said, reading the symbols. "According to local legends, it's a place where the greatest thinkers of the world go to test their wits and learn about new ideas." A labyrinth, a test of mental acuity. This felt like a departure from the physical challenges I had faced thus far, a move into the realm of pure intellect. As we stepped inside the labyrinth, the entrance sealed shut behind us, plunging us into darkness. I lit a torch, and the flickering flame revealed a vast network of corridors filled with traps. The labyrinth was a maze of twisting passages, dead ends, and hidden chambers. The walls were covered with riddles, puzzles, and philosophical questions. The floor was littered with traps, pressure plates, and hidden mechanisms. "This is going to be fun," Anya said dryly, surveying the labyrinth with a skeptical eye. I knew that this labyrinth was not just a physical maze, but a reflection of the human mind, its complexities, its contradictions, and its hidden depths. To navigate it, we would have to rely not only on our intellect, but also on our intuition, our creativity, and our ability to work together. As we ventured deeper into the labyrinth, we began to encounter tests. We had to solve riddles, decipher codes, and overcome logical puzzles. We faced illusions, mirages, and deceptive traps. The deeper we went, the more challenging the tests became. Anya excelled at the practical challenges, using her knowledge of engineering and mechanics to disarm traps and decipher hidden mechanisms. I relied on my intuition and my understanding of human nature to solve the riddles and decipher the philosophical questions. But the most difficult challenge was the internal one, confronting our own fears, doubts, and prejudices. The labyrinth forced us to examine our beliefs, to question our assumptions, and to confront the dark corners of our own minds. As we progressed through the labyrinth, we began to hear voices, faint and distorted, that seemed to echo from the walls. They were the voices of the great thinkers who had come before us, their thoughts and ideas lingering in the very fabric of the labyrinth. "The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing," one voice said. "The unexamined life is not worth living," another voice added. "Doubt is the beginning of wisdom," a third voice whispered. The voices served as both inspiration and warning, reminding us of the importance of humility, self-reflection, and critical thinking. After many hours of relentless effort, we finally reached the center of the labyrinth. In the center of the chamber sat a single object, a small, intricately carved box. It was another fragment of the shattered mirror. This fragment was different from the ones I had found before. It radiated a chaotic, unpredictable energy, a force that seemed to amplify the labyrinth's inherent complexities and contradictions. I realized that this fragment was the source of the labyrinth's challenge, the reason why it was so difficult to navigate. The fragment was amplifying the internal conflicts and biases of the mind, making it impossible to see the truth clearly. I knew what I had to do. I had to heal the fragment, to dispel its chaotic energy and restore clarity to the mind. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of clarity and understanding, a work of art that celebrated the power of reason, the importance of critical thinking, and the beauty of intellectual honesty. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of blue and green, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the labyrinth becoming clear, its complexities being simplified, its contradictions being resolved. I imagined the people who entered the labyrinth finding peace, embracing wisdom, and discovering the truth. The loom began to hum and the air crackled with energy. The fragment began to shimmer, and its chaotic energy began to dissipate. The labyrinth began to transform, its corridors straightening, its traps disarming, its riddles becoming clear. The fragment was healing. As I continued to weave, the box opened, and then Sarah was standing in front of me. Chapter 12: The Illusion of Reunion. Sarah, standing there in the heart of the labyrinth of the mind, bathed in the soft light emanating from the healing fragment. She was more real than any memory, any vision the loom had conjured before. My heart leaped. The grief that had been a constant companion for years momentarily banished by the sheer, overwhelming joy of seeing her again. "Elias," she said, her voice the same warm, familiar melody that haunted my dreams. "You've come so far." I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched her face. Her skin was warm, her touch tangible. This wasn't a phantom, a figment of the loom's power or a manifestation of my own longing. This was her. "Sarah," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. "Is it really you? Are you alive?" She smiled, a bittersweet expression that hinted at a deeper understanding. "Alive in a way, Elias. I'm a part of this labyrinth now, a guardian of its secrets, but I'm also here with you in this moment." The logical part of my mind screamed caution. This was the labyrinth of the mind, a place of illusions and deceptions. Could this truly be Sarah, or was it another test, a cruel trick designed to exploit my deepest desires? But the yearning in my heart overruled my doubts. I wanted to believe, needed to believe, that this was real. "I don't understand," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "How is this possible? How can you be here?" "The labyrinth amplifies thoughts, Elias," she explained. "It takes your deepest desires and fears and brings them to life. My presence here is a reflection of your love for me, your longing for our reunion." Her words offered a glimmer of understanding, but also a chilling realization. If she was merely a projection of my own mind, could I truly trust her? Was she guiding me, or simply reflecting my own biases and desires? "But if you're a part of the labyrinth," I stammered, "does that mean you're not really you?" Sarah's expression softened. "I am a part of you, Elias, but I am also something more. I am a culmination of all the knowledge and wisdom you have gained on your journey. I am a guide, a confidant, a source of strength. Trust me, Elias, I am here to help you." Despite my lingering doubts, I decided to trust her, at least for now. The warmth of her presence was too compelling to ignore, the longing for her companionship too powerful to resist. "What do I do now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Sarah smiled. "You must continue your journey, Elias. There are still many fragments of the shattered mirror to heal, and there is a greater threat looming on the horizon, a darkness that threatens to consume the world." "What is this threat?" I asked, my heart sinking. Sarah's expression grew grave. "It is a force of chaos and destruction, a being of pure malice that seeks to unravel the fabric of reality. It is known by many names, but its true name is best left unspoken. It has been gathering strength for centuries, and it is now poised to strike." "How can I stop it?" I asked, my voice trembling. "You must gather the remaining fragments of the shattered mirror and heal them," Sarah replied. "Each fragment represents a different aspect of the world, and each one is essential to restoring the balance. Only then will you have the power to confront the darkness." "Where do I find the remaining fragments?" I asked. Sarah smiled. "The loom will guide you. But be warned, Elias, the journey will be perilous. The darkness knows of your quest, and it will stop at nothing to prevent you from succeeding." With a final embrace, Sarah faded away, leaving me alone in the center of the labyrinth. Her presence lingered in the air, a faint scent of lavender and a feeling of warmth and reassurance. I turned to Anya, who had been watching the exchange with a mixture of confusion and concern. "What was that all about?" she asked, her brow furrowed. "Who was that woman?" "That was Sarah," I replied, my voice still choked with emotion. "My wife." Anya's eyes widened. But she's dead, isn't she? Yes, I said. She is, but she's also here. She's a part of the labyrinth, a guide, a source of strength. Anya shook her head in disbelief. I don't understand any of this, Elias, but I trust you. If you say she's real, then I believe you. I smiled, grateful for her unwavering support. With Sarah's guidance and Anya's companionship, I felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. We left the center of the labyrinth and began to retrace our steps, following the twisting corridors and solving the remaining puzzles. As we exited the labyrinth, the entrance opened before us, revealing a new path, winding towards the horizon. I looked at the loom, and the golden thread appeared again. The Floating Islands. Chapter 13, Erilyn's Skybomb Secret. The Floating Islands. The name alone defied logic, a whimsical impossibility that challenged my understanding of the natural world. After the mental and emotional gauntlet of the labyrinth of the mind, the idea of ascending to islands suspended in the sky felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Was this another illusion, another test of my sanity, or was it a glimpse into a reality beyond my comprehension? Before setting off on this improbable journey, I took a moment to reflect on my reunion with Sarah. The lingering warmth of her presence, the wisdom in her words, and the urgency of her warning about the encroaching darkness fueled my resolve. But the nagging doubt remained. Was she truly Sarah, or a construct of my own mind, a reflection of my deepest desires? I decided to trust her, at least for now, but to remain vigilant, to question her motives, and to rely on my own intuition. Turning to Anya, I shared the Loom's directive and my concerns about the journey ahead. Floating islands, huh? Anya said, raising an eyebrow. That's a new one. I've heard tales of mountains so tall they pierce the clouds, but islands floating in the sky. That sounds like something out of a fairy tale. I know it sounds impossible, I replied, but the Loom has never led me astray, and Sarah warned me about a great darkness, a threat that could destroy the world. I have to follow the Loom, even if it leads me to the ends of the earth, or the ends of the sky. Anya sighed. All right, Elias, I'm with you. But if we start seeing unicorns and talking animals, I'm drawing the line. With Anya's unwavering companionship, I felt ready to face whatever challenges awaited us in the sky. We consulted maps and sought information from local travelers, but no one had ever heard of floating islands. The location remained a mystery. As we journeyed away from the Skyreach Mountains, I looked up. Then I saw a faint, shimmering shape floating in the sky. There, I exclaimed, there's the first island. The path we were on started going straight up the mountain. We followed the mountain path, but soon it disappeared. Then Anya saw something. Look, an elevator. As we got closer, we saw a gigantic elevator that went straight up, but there was no operator. Then I heard the voice of Sarah. You have to use your mind to move the elevator. What did that mean? Think about going up, Sarah's voice said. I closed my eyes and pictured going up the elevator. Then the elevator started to move. I opened my eyes, and we were ascending into the sky. We passed several islands along the way, and then we arrived. The floating islands were a breathtaking sight, a cluster of verdant land masses suspended in the sky by some unknown force. Waterfalls cascaded from the edges of the islands, creating shimmering rainbows in the sunlight. Strange and beautiful creatures soared through the air, their wings shimmering with iridescent colors. As we stepped onto the largest of the islands, we were greeted by a group of people, dressed in flowing robes and adorned with feathers. They were the Arilonians, the inhabitants of the floating islands. The Arilonians were a peaceful and serene people, their faces radiating wisdom and compassion. They possessed a deep understanding of the natural world, living in harmony with the plants and animals of their floating home. They took us to their leader, an old man named Thuron, who greeted us with a warm smile. "Welcome, travelers," Thuron said. "We have been expecting you. We know of your quest to heal the fragments of the shattered mirror, and we are honored to help you in any way we can." I was surprised by their knowledge of my quest. "How did you know about us?" I asked. "We are connected to the sky," Thuron replied. "We can see the movements of the stars, the flow of energy, and the threads of fate. We know that you are destined to play a crucial role in the battle against the encroaching darkness." He led us to the center of the island, where we found a massive crystal, pulsating with a soft, ethereal light. "This is the heart of Erilin," Thuron explained. "It is the source of our island's power, the force that keeps us aloft, but it is also connected to the shattered mirror. A fragment of the mirror is embedded within the crystal, distorting its energy and threatening to destabilize our island." I realized that this was why the Loom had brought me here. The Arilonians were in danger, and the stability of their floating home was at risk. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of balance and harmony, a work of art that celebrated the interconnectedness of the sky and the earth, the physical and the spiritual, the conscious and the unconscious. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of blue and green, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the heart of Erilin being healed, its energy being restored, the floating islands being stabilized. The loom began to hum, and the air crackled with energy. The crystal began to shimmer, and its distorted energy began to dissipate. The islands began to tremble, and the waterfalls began to surge. The fragment was healing. As I continued to weave, I noticed a dark cloud gathering on the horizon. The cloud grew larger and darker, blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the floating islands. "The darkness is coming," Thuron said, his voice filled with alarm. "It knows that you are here, and it is determined to stop you." The dark cloud descended upon the islands, unleashing a torrent of wind and rain. The islands began to shake violently, and the waterfalls began to recede. The Arilonians cried out in fear, their faces filled with terror. The darkness was attacking. I knew that I had to act quickly, to protect the Arilonians and stabilize the islands. But the loom was not yet powerful enough to dispel the darkness completely. I closed my eyes and focused my intention. drawing upon all the knowledge and wisdom I had gained on my journey. I channeled the energy of the loom, the knowledge of the stargazers, the resilience of the desert oasis, and the clarity of the labyrinth. Then Sarah appeared next to me. Use me to fight the darkness. Chapter 14. A Skyborn Sacrifice. Sarah's sudden appearance and her selfless plea caught me completely off guard. Use her as a weapon against the encroaching darkness. The idea felt both horrifying and irresistible. She was offering herself, her very essence, to protect the Arilonians and heal the shattered mirror. Could I, in good conscience, accept such a sacrifice? Anya, sensing my internal turmoil, placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. Elias, what's going on? What did she say? Sarah wants me to use her to fight the darkness, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. She says it's the only way to protect the islands and heal the crystal. Anya's eyes widened. Use her. What does that even mean? How can you use a person to fight a storm? I don't know, I admitted, but I trust Sarah. I believe that she knows what she's doing. I looked at Sarah, her face radiant with determination. Are you sure about this? I asked. Are you sure you're willing to sacrifice yourself? There is no sacrifice, Elias, she replied. Only transformation. I am a part of you, a part of the loom, a part of the world. My energy will not be destroyed, only redirected. Use me, Elias, and together we will banish the darkness. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to clear my mind and focus my intention. I thought about the Arilonians, their peaceful existence threatened by the encroaching darkness. I thought about the crystal, the heart of Arilon, its energy distorted and its stability at risk. And I thought about Sarah, her selfless love, her unwavering commitment to healing the world. I knew what I had to do. I had to trust Sarah, to accept her sacrifice, and to use her energy to fight the darkness. I reached out and took her hand. As our fingers intertwined, a surge of energy coursed through me, connecting me to Sarah's very essence. I felt her love, her wisdom, her strength flowing into me, empowering me to face the darkness. I turned to the loom and began to weave. But this time, I wasn't just weaving with threads of silk and gold. I was weaving with Sarah's energy, with her love, with her very soul. As I wove, Sarah's form began to shimmer and fade, her energy merging with the loom, becoming an integral part of the tapestry. The loom began to glow with an intense, ethereal light, radiating a power unlike anything I had ever experienced. The dark clouds surrounding the islands recoiled, its wind and rain subsiding, its thunder and lightning diminishing. The Arilonians gasped in awe, their faces filled with wonder. I raised the loom towards the sky, channeling Sarah's energy into a single, focused beam of light. The beam pierced the dark cloud, tearing a hole in its oppressive darkness. The sun shone through, bathing the islands in its warm, golden light. The dark cloud shrieked, its energy dissipating, its form dissolving. The darkness was being banished. I continued to weave, channeling all of my remaining energy into the loom. The crystal, the heart of Arilon, began to glow with a renewed brilliance, its energy stabilizing, its power surging. The island ceased trembling. The waterfalls resumed their cascading flow, and the Arilonians cheered with joy. The darkness was defeated. The heart of Arilon was healed. The floating islands were safe. But Sarah was gone. Her physical form had vanished, her energy woven into the fabric of the loom, her essence merged with the heart of Arilon. She had sacrificed herself to protect the Arilonians and heal the shattered mirror. I stood there, exhausted but elated, watching as the sun shone brightly upon the floating islands. The Arilonians gathered around me, expressing their gratitude and admiration. "You have saved us, Weaver," Thuron said, his voice filled with emotion. "You have shown us the true meaning of sacrifice, the power of love, and the importance of balance." "But I lost Sarah," I replied, my voice choked with sorrow. "I don't know if I can do this without her." Thuron placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "You have not lost her, Weaver," he said. "Her energy is woven into the loom. Her essence is merged with the heart of Arilon. Her spirit lives on in the sky. She will always be with you, guiding you, supporting you, and loving you." His words offered a small measure of comfort, but the pain of Sarah's loss remained. I had grown to rely on her guidance, her wisdom, and her unwavering support. How could I continue my journey without her? As I stood there, pondering my future, I noticed something strange about the heart of Arilon. The crystal was glowing with an even greater intensity, radiating a beam of light towards the sky. The light formed into a staircase to the heavens. "Where does the staircase lead?" I asked. Thuron smiled. "It leads to the celestial city, the home of the gods. It is a place of unimaginable beauty and power, a source of all creation." The celestial city, a place of gods of unimaginable power. Could this be the next step in my quest? I looked at the loom, and the golden thread appeared again. The Fractured Pantheon. Chapter 15. Ascent to Divinity. The celestial city, a realm of gods and unimaginable power, felt like a destination beyond my reach, a concept far removed from my humble origins as a simple weaver. Sarah's sacrifice had left me reeling, emotionally and spiritually depleted. The idea of ascending to the heavens to confront beings of such immense power was daunting. Yet the loom's directive was clear. The staircase to the heavens beckoned, and the threat of the encroaching darkness loomed large. Before embarking on this celestial journey, I sought a moment of solitude to grieve for Sarah and to gather my strength. The Arilonians, understanding my need for reflection, offered me a quiet sanctuary amidst the floating islands, a place where I could connect with the sky and commune with her spirit. As I sat there gazing at the stars, I felt a faint warmth envelop me, a familiar presence that soothed my aching heart. It was Sarah, her energy woven into the fabric of the universe, her love transcending the boundaries of life and death. "Don't give up, Elias," she whispered, her voice echoing in my mind. "You are stronger than you think. You have the power to heal the world, to banish the darkness, and to restore the balance. Trust in yourself, trust in the loom, and trust in the love that connects us all." Her words filled me with renewed courage and determination. I was not alone. Sarah was with me, her spirit guiding me, her love empowering me. I had a responsibility to honor her sacrifice, to continue her quest, and to protect the world from the encroaching darkness. I turned to Anya, who had been patiently waiting for me. Anya, I said, I'm ready. Let's climb the staircase to the celestial city. Anya nodded, her expression resolute. All right, Elias, let's see what these gods are all about. Together, we approached the staircase to the heavens, our hearts filled with anticipation and trepidation. As we placed our feet on the first step, we felt a surge of energy coursing through us, lifting us upwards, defying gravity. The staircase was unlike anything I had ever encountered. It was made of pure light, shimmering with iridescent colors. As we ascended, the world below us shrank, the floating islands becoming mere specks in the vast expanse of the sky. The higher we climbed, the more surreal the landscape became. We passed through clouds of pure energy, encountered celestial beings with shimmering wings, and witnessed visions of unimaginable beauty and power. After what seemed like an eternity, we reached the end of the staircase. We stepped onto a platform of pure light, overlooking a city of unimaginable splendor. The celestial city was a metropolis of towering spires, shimmering palaces, and flowing gardens, all constructed from materials that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The air was filled with music, laughter, and the scent of exotic flowers. Celestial beings, radiating joy and serenity, floated through the streets, their faces filled with wisdom and compassion. This was the home of the gods, a realm of perfect harmony and eternal bliss. As we walked through the city, we were greeted by celestial beings who welcomed us with open arms. They led us to the center of the city, where we found a massive hall, adorned with intricate carvings and shimmering tapestries. In the center of the hall sat a group of beings, radiating power and authority. They were the gods, the rulers of the celestial city, the guardians of the universe. The gods were a diverse group, each representing a different aspect of creation, a different force of nature, a different human virtue. There was a god of wisdom, a god of strength, a god of love, a god of justice, and a god of creativity. But something was wrong. The gods were fractured, their relationships strained, their harmony disrupted. They argued amongst themselves, their voices filled with anger and resentment. They seemed lost, confused, and disconnected from their own divine power. "Welcome, mortals," said the god of wisdom, his voice filled with weariness. "We have been expecting you. We know of your quest to heal the fragments of the shattered mirror, and we know that you seek to restore balance to the universe. But we fear it is too late," said the god of strength, his voice filled with despair. "The darkness has already corrupted our realm. We are fractured, divided, and powerless to stop it." I realized that this was why the Loom had brought me here. The celestial city was in danger, the gods were fractured, and the balance of the universe was at risk. "What happened?" I asked. "How did the darkness corrupt your realm?" "We became arrogant, complacent, and disconnected from humanity," said the god of love, her voice filled with sorrow. "We forgot that we were created to serve, not to rule. We allowed our power to corrupt us, and we became fractured and divided." A fragment of the shattered mirror has been placed in the pantheon, said the god of justice. It is amplified by our power and is destroying us. Because of it, we have become at war with each other. We cannot agree on anything. I knew what I had to do. I had to find the fragment of the shattered mirror and heal it, to restore harmony to the gods and save the celestial city. I took out the loom and began to weave. Chapter 16. The Pantheon's Discord. The weight of the situation settled heavily upon me. The celestial city, the supposed pinnacle of creation, was teetering on the brink of collapse, its divine rulers fractured by internal discord and the insidious influence of the shattered mirror. To heal the gods, to restore harmony to this celestial realm, felt like an impossible task, even with the loom. Before I could begin, I needed to understand the nature of the gods' conflict, the root causes of their fractured relationships. I approached the god of wisdom, seeking his guidance and insight. "Tell me, wise one," I said, "what is the source of your discord? What has driven you apart?" The god of wisdom sighed, his eyes filled with weariness. "It is a long and complicated story, mortal," he said. "But in essence, it boils down to a difference of opinion, a clash of ideologies, a struggle for power." He explained that the gods had once been united in their purpose, working together to guide and protect the universe. But over time, their individual perspectives had diverged, leading to disagreements and conflicts. "The god of strength believes in imposing order through force," he said. "The god of love believes in fostering harmony through compassion. The god of justice believes in upholding the law through punishment. Each of us is convinced that our way is the right way, and we are unwilling to compromise." He continued, "The fragment of the shattered mirror has amplified these differences, twisting our perspectives and fueling our animosity. We can no longer see each other's virtues, only each other's flaws." I realized that the gods' conflict was a microcosm of the conflicts that plagued humanity, a reflection of the divisions and misunderstandings that drove people apart. To heal the gods, I had to address these fundamental issues, to promote understanding, empathy, and compromise. I turned to Anya, seeking her perspective on the situation. "So the gods are fighting like children," she said, rolling her eyes. "That's not exactly inspiring." "They're flawed beings, Anya," I replied, "just like us. But they also possess immense power, and their conflict is threatening to destroy the celestial city." "All right, Elias," she said. "What do you need me to do? Start breaking up the fights?" I smiled, grateful for her pragmatic approach. "I need you to help me find the fragment of the shattered mirror," I said. "It's hidden somewhere in the pantheon, and it's amplifying the gods' discord." Together, we began to search the pantheon, exploring its vast halls, its intricate chambers, and its hidden alcoves. The pantheon was a reflection of the gods' individual personalities, each section decorated with symbols, artifacts, and artwork that represented their specific domain. As we searched, we encountered celestial beings, the servants of the gods who offered us assistance and guidance. But we also encountered obstacles, tests, and challenges designed to protect the fragment of the shattered mirror. After hours of relentless searching, we finally found it. The fragment was hidden in the heart of the pantheon, in a chamber dedicated to the god of chaos. The chamber was a swirling vortex of energy, filled with distorted images, unsettling sounds, and disorienting illusions. The fragment was a small obsidian shard, pulsating with a chaotic energy. It radiated a force that seemed to amplify the god's anger, resentment, and mistrust. As I reached for the fragment, the god of chaos appeared before me, his eyes filled with malice. "You cannot heal this fragment, mortal," he said, his voice filled with scorn. "It is a part of me, a reflection of my very essence. Chaos is the natural order of things, the driving force of creation. Without chaos, there can be no order, no progress, no change." He summoned a wave of chaotic energy, attempting to overwhelm me with its power. But I stood firm, drawing upon the strength of Sarah's love, the wisdom of the stargazers, and the resilience of the desert oasis. Anya stepped forward, brandishing her climbing axe. "Get out of our way, Chaos God," she said. "We're here to restore balance, and we're not going to let you stop us." Together, we fought the god of chaos, dodging his attacks, deflecting his energy, and resisting his attempts to corrupt our minds. The battle was long and arduous, testing our physical and mental endurance. Finally, with a combined effort, we managed to subdue the god of chaos, binding him with threads of light and preventing him from interfering with our work. I turned my attention to the fragment of the shattered mirror. I took out the loom and began to weave. I wove a tapestry of order and harmony, a work of art that celebrated the beauty of balance, the power of collaboration, and the importance of understanding. I used threads of silver and gold, threads of blue and green, threads of every color imaginable. As I wove, I poured all of my energy, all of my love, all of my hope into the loom. I visualized the gods finding peace, embracing compromise, and rediscovering their shared purpose. The loom began to hum, and the air crackled with energy. The fragment began to shimmer, and its chaotic energy began to dissipate. The chamber began to transform, the distorted images becoming clear, the unsettling sounds fading, the disorienting illusions vanishing. The fragment was healing. As I continued to weave, the gods began to gather in the pantheon, drawn by the loom's energy. They watched in silence as I healed the fragment, their faces filled with hope and anticipation. Finally, as the last thread was woven, the fragment was restored. It radiated a pure, harmonious energy, a force that seemed to amplify the gods' love, wisdom, strength, and justice. The gods felt a surge of clarity, their minds clearing, their perspectives shifting. They looked at each other with renewed understanding, recognizing their shared virtues and their common purpose. The god of strength approached the god of love, extending his hand in friendship. The god of love accepted his hand, and they embraced, their animosity dissolving. The other gods followed suit, reconciling their differences and reaffirming their commitment to working together for the good of the universe. The pantheon was healed. The gods turned to me, their faces filled with gratitude. "You have saved us, Weaver," said the god of wisdom, his voice filled with emotion. "You have reminded us of our true purpose, and you have restored harmony to our realm. We are eternally in your debt," said the God of strength. As they said that, a door opened up in front of us. Where did that door lead to? Chapter 17, The Obsidian Citadel's Shadow. The opening of a new door within the celestial city, following the healing of the Pantheon, signaled yet another shift in my journey, a transition to a new and unknown challenge. The relief of restoring harmony to the gods was profound, but the weight of responsibility to confront the encroaching darkness remained heavy on my shoulders. Each healed fragment brought me closer to that final confrontation, but also closer to a potentially devastating loss. Before venturing through the door, I sought counsel from the restored gods. They seemed united and energized, their divine power amplified by the renewed harmony within their ranks. "Tell me, wise ones," I said, "where does this door lead? What awaits me on the other side?" The God of wisdom consulted with the other gods, their faces filled with contemplation. Finally, he turned to me, his eyes filled with concern. "The door leads to the Obsidian Citadel," he said. "It is a fortress of darkness, a stronghold of the being that seeks to unravel the fabric of reality." His words sent a chill down my spine. The Obsidian Citadel. It sounded like a place of unimaginable horror, a realm of pure malice and destruction. "Why does the Loom lead me there?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Am I meant to confront this being?" "You are destined to play a crucial role in the battle against the darkness," the God of strength replied. "But you are not meant to face it alone. The Obsidian Citadel is a dangerous place, filled with traps, illusions, and powerful minions. You will need allies, weapons, and knowledge to survive." "We will help you," the God of love added. "We will provide you with guidance, protection, and whatever resources you need to succeed." The gods bestowed upon me a series of gifts, each designed to aid me in my quest. The God of wisdom gave me a book of ancient lore, filled with knowledge of the darkness and its weaknesses. The God of strength gave me a shield of celestial steel, capable of deflecting any attack. The God of love gave me a cloak of invisibility, allowing me to move undetected through the shadows. And the God of justice gave me a sword of pure light, capable of piercing any darkness. Armed with these gifts and fortified by the gods' blessings, I felt ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. I turned to Anya, who had been listening intently to the conversation. "Well, Elias," she said, her expression determined. "Looks like we're going to hell, ready to kick some demon butt." I smiled, grateful for her unwavering courage and her sardonic sense of humor. With Anya by my side, I felt confident that I could face whatever horrors awaited us in the Obsidian Citadel. Together, we stepped through the door, plunging into darkness. The door slammed shut behind us, sealing us off from the celestial city. We found ourselves in a desolate landscape, a barren wasteland of jagged rocks and twisted trees. The sky was a perpetual twilight, the sun obscured by a thick layer of dark clouds. The air was heavy with the stench of sulfur and decay. This was the realm of the darkness, a reflection of its twisted and corrupted nature. As we ventured deeper into the wasteland, We began to encounter creatures of nightmare, grotesque beings twisted by the darkness into abominations of flesh and bone. We fought them off with our weapons and our skills, relying on our training and our courage. After hours of relentless fighting, we reached the foot of a towering mountain, shrouded in shadow. At the summit of the mountain stood the obsidian citadel, a fortress of black stone, radiating an aura of power and malice. The citadel was guarded by powerful minions of the darkness, demons, wraiths, and other creatures of nightmare. We had to fight our way through them, battling wave after wave of grotesque horrors. As we fought, I consulted the book of ancient lore, seeking knowledge of the darkness and its weaknesses. The book revealed that the darkness was not invincible, that it had vulnerabilities that could be exploited. I learned that the darkness was weakened by light, by love, by hope, and by courage. I also learned that the darkness was sustained by fear, by despair, by hatred, and by doubt. Armed with this knowledge, I focused my intention, drawing upon the power of Sarah's love, the wisdom of the stargazers, the resilience of the desert oasis, and the clarity of the labyrinth. I channeled these energies into the sword of pure light, amplifying its power and its ability to pierce the darkness. Together, we ascended the mountain, battling our way through the hordes of minions. Anya used her climbing skills to navigate the treacherous terrain, while I used my sword of pure light to vanquish the creatures of darkness. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we reached the gates of the obsidian citadel. The gates were massive, made of black steel, and guarded by two towering demons, their eyes glowing with malevolent fire. We fought the demons with all our strength, our weapons clashing, our bodies straining. The battle was fierce and relentless, testing our limits and pushing us to the brink of exhaustion. Finally, with a combined effort, we managed to defeat the demons, piercing their hearts with the sword of pure light. The demons dissolved into dust, their power extinguished. We pushed open the gates of the obsidian citadel and stepped inside. The citadel was even more horrifying than we had imagined. The walls were lined with torture chambers, the floors were covered with blood, and the air was filled with the screams of the damned. But there was also a shard of the shattered mirror right in front of us. Chapter 18: The Heart of Shadow. The obsidian citadel was a sensory assault, a landscape designed to break the spirit and shatter the will. The air thrummed with a palpable sense of dread, the echoes of countless suffering souls clinging to the very stones. Every shadow seemed to writhe with malevolence. Every corner held the promise of unimaginable horrors. The immediate presence of a fragment of the shattered mirror, resting on a grotesque altar in the citadel's entrance hall, only amplified the oppressive atmosphere. Before I could approach the fragment, Anya placed a hand on my arm, her expression grim. "Elias," she said, her voice low, "this place, it's affecting me. I can feel it, the darkness creeping into my mind, trying to twist my thoughts. Be careful." Her words served as a stark reminder of the darkness's insidious nature, its ability to corrupt even the strongest wills. I knew that I had to remain focused, to guard my thoughts and emotions, and to rely on the strength of my allies. I activated the cloak of invisibility, concealing Anya and myself from the prying eyes of the citadel's inhabitants. We moved cautiously through the halls, avoiding patrols of demons and wraiths, navigating through torture chambers and sacrificial altars. The citadel was a labyrinth of twisting passages and hidden chambers, designed to confuse and disorient intruders. We relied on my knowledge of the ancient lore, as well as Anya's instincts and keen sense of direction, to find our way. As we ventured deeper into the citadel, we began to encounter illusions, phantoms of our past, and manifestations of our deepest fears. The darkness was attempting to break us, to exploit our vulnerabilities, and to turn us against each other. I saw visions of Sarah, suffering in torment, blaming me for her death. Anya saw visions of her family, slaughtered by the creatures of darkness, their faces twisted in agony. We resisted these illusions, drawing upon the strength of our love, our courage, and our unwavering commitment to our quest. We knew that these were not real, that they were merely tricks of the darkness, designed to deceive us. After hours of relentless searching, we reached the heart of the obsidian citadel, a massive chamber dominated by a towering throne, constructed from obsidian and bone. Upon the throne sat the being of darkness, the entity that sought to unravel the fabric of reality. It was a grotesque and terrifying sight, a swirling vortex of shadows, punctuated by glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. The being radiated an aura of immense power, a force that seemed to suck the light from the world and amplify the fear in our hearts. "Welcome, mortals," it said, its voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the chamber. "I have been expecting you. I know of your quest to heal the fragments of the shattered mirror, and I know that you seek to stop me from achieving my goals. But you cannot succeed," it continued. "Darkness is the natural order of things, the driving force of destruction. Without darkness, there can be no light, no creation, no life." It gestured towards the fragment of the shattered mirror, resting on the altar before it. "This fragment is a part of me, a reflection of my very essence. It amplifies my power and allows me to control the forces of chaos and destruction. You cannot heal this fragment," it said. "For if you do, you will destroy me, and you will plunge the universe into eternal light. Is that what you truly desire?" Its words were a test, a challenge to my resolve. Was I willing to destroy the darkness, even if it meant destroying a part of myself? Was I willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of balance? I closed my eyes and focused my intention, drawing upon the strength of Sarah's love, the wisdom of the stargazers, the resilience of the desert oasis, the clarity of the labyrinth, and the guidance of the gods. I channeled these energies into the sword of pure light, amplifying its power and its ability to pierce the darkness. I opened my eyes and I saw the truth. The darkness was not a necessary force, but a destructive one, a cancer that threatened to consume the universe. It had to be stopped, even if it meant sacrificing everything. "I will not be swayed by your lies, darkness," I said, my voice filled with determination. "I will heal this fragment, and I will banish you from this world." I stepped towards the altar, my sword raised, ready to strike. But before I could reach the fragment, the darkness unleashed its power, summoning a wave of chaotic energy that threatened to engulf me. Anya stepped forward, shielding me with the celestial shield, deflecting the chaotic energy and protecting me from its corrupting influence. "Go, Elias," she said, her voice strained. "I'll hold it off as long as I can, just heal the fragment." I nodded, grateful for her sacrifice. I rushed towards the altar, ignoring the chaos and the darkness that surrounded me. As I reached the fragment, the darkness unleashed its final attack, attempting to destroy me with its pure malice. But I stood firm, drawing upon the power of love, courage, and hope. I raised the sword of pure light and plunged it into the heart of the fragment. The fragment shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, releasing a surge of energy that cleansed the obsidian citadel of its darkness. The being of darkness shrieked in agony, its form dissolving, its power extinguished. Then there was nothing. Chapter 19. The Unraveling and the Weaver's Choice. The obsidian citadel, once a stronghold of dread and despair, dissolved around me. The darkness, the being that threatened to unravel all creation, was vanquished, its essence shattered by the pure light of my sword and the healing of the final fragment. The sense of relief was overwhelming, a weight lifted from my shoulders that I hadn't realized I'd been carrying. I turned to Anya, who had been holding back the forces of darkness, protecting me. "Anya, are you okay?" She staggered towards me, her celestial shield dissipating. She looked pale, shaken, but still stood strong. "Yeah, I'm good," she managed, forcing a weak smile. "That was intense." We embraced, relief and gratitude washing over us both. We had faced the ultimate test, and we had survived. But the victory was bittersweet. The citadel crumbled, returning to a barren landscape, a testament to the ravages of the darkness. More importantly, I felt a pull. I felt the fabric of reality fraying, the universe itself beginning to unravel. The destruction of the being of darkness had not ended everything. It had started something. "Elias," Anya said, her voice filled with concern. "What's happening? The world, it's changing." I looked around and she was right. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors. Time seemed to stutter and skip. The very laws of physics were bending. The world was breaking apart at its seams. "The shattered mirror," I realized, my voice barely above a whisper. "We healed the fragments, but in doing so, we changed the equation. The balance is gone." The removal of the darkness had left a void, a vacuum that threatened to consume everything. Reality itself was unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse. I knew that I had to act quickly, to restore the balance and save the universe from complete destruction. I looked at the loom, now emanating a soft, steady light. The golden thread reappeared. "The threads of creation," it read. The threads of creation. The words were a call to action, a summons to understand the very nature of reality, to weave the universe back together. I closed my eyes and focused my intention, drawing upon all the knowledge, all the wisdom, all the strength that I had gained on my journey. I channeled the energy of the loom, the love of Sarah, the guidance of the stargazers, the resilience of the desert oasis, the clarity of the labyrinth, the power of the gods, and the courage of Anya. I visualized the universe, its intricate web of connections, its delicate balance, its infinite possibilities. I saw the threads of creation, the fundamental forces that held everything together. Then I saw the problem. There were too many threads. The weaving must begin again, I said to myself. I looked at the loom. How do I do that? Then Sarah appeared next to me. We must simplify everything, reduce it to its basics. We have to start over. I looked at Anya. What do you think? Whatever you think is the best way to go, she said. I trust you. I will have to destroy the loom, I said to Sarah. I understand, she said. I looked at the loom and I destroyed it. The loom was gone, but now I felt at peace. There was a new path. I looked around at Anya. Then I made another loom with the power of my mind. It wasn't a physical loom. It was a loom of pure thoughts and feelings. Anya, I need you to think of what the universe is to you. What are the building blocks? She closed her eyes. I believe it's made of love, trust, and hope. I closed my eyes and thought of the same thing. Love, trust, and hope. I looked up, and there they were, 3 simple threads. The threads began to weave into a new universe. I smiled. This new world was going to be different, but hopefully more simple. But then the 3 threads broke. I stared. What's wrong? Anya asked. The universe is not meant to be simple, I said. It's too complex for that. We had to weave something else. I looked at the threads. Then I heard another voice. You must use me. It was the voice of the being of darkness. No, I shouted. I will never use you. But then I realized something. The being of darkness was not just chaos. It was also a part of the universe. I looked at Anya. I need you to weave something else. What? She asked. The opposite of fear. You will be in charge of it. Anya closed her eyes and started to weave. Then I saw it. The 4 threads began to weave into a new universe. I smiled. This new world was going to be different, but hopefully better. The threads began to weave the universe back together. It was a slow and arduous process, testing my limits and pushing me to the brink of exhaustion. As I wove, I saw the consequences of my choices, the impact of my actions on the universe. I saw the beauty and the chaos, the order and the destruction, the good and the evil. I realized that I couldn't create a perfect world, that there would always be challenges, conflicts, and suffering. But I could create a world where love, trust, hope, and courage were the dominant forces, where the forces of light and dark could coexist in a fragile but beautiful balance. After what seemed like an eternity, the weaving was complete. The universe was whole again, its fabric restored, its balance re-established. But there was no loom anymore. I had to be the loom. The 4 threads began to weave into a new world, a new reality. I looked at Anya and smiled. We did it. But then there was a catch. We could not be here. We were not meant for this world. We had to leave. A door then opened up in front of us. It's time to go, I said, but we will always be a part of this world. Where are we going? Anya asked. Wherever we want, I said. The door is the beginning of our journey. not the end. I looked at the new world. It was going to be okay. Chapter 20. The Open Door and the Echo Weaver. The newly woven universe pulsed with vibrant energy, a symphony of light and shadow, chaos and order, all held in delicate balance. Love, trust, hope, and courage, the threads of its creation, resonated within its very fabric, a testament to our sacrifices and our unwavering commitment to healing. But as I looked upon it, I knew our purpose here was complete. We were not meant to remain, but to move on, to carry the lessons we had learned and the love we had shared to new realms, new possibilities. The door that appeared shimmered with an ethereal glow, a portal to the unknown, a promise of adventure and discovery. It represented the culmination of our journey, the final step in our transformation from simple individuals to weavers of reality. I turned to Anya, my steadfast companion, my friend, my rock. "Ready for the next chapter?" I asked, my voice filled with anticipation. Anya smiled, her eyes shining with excitement. "Born ready," she replied. "But before we go, I want to thank you, Elias. You showed me that there's more to life than just climbing mountains and fighting battles. You showed me the power of love, the importance of hope, and the courage to face the darkness within myself." I smiled back, grateful for her unwavering support and her genuine friendship. "And you showed me the strength to keep going, even when I wanted to give up," I said. "You reminded me that I wasn't alone, that there was always someone by my side, ready to fight alongside me." With a shared glance, we stepped through the door, leaving behind the newly woven universe and embracing the uncertainties of the future. As we passed through the portal, we were enveloped in a blinding light, a cascade of swirling colors that seemed to cleanse our bodies and our minds. When the light faded, we found ourselves standing in a place unlike any we had ever seen before. It was a vast, open landscape, stretching as far as the eye could see. The ground was covered with shimmering crystals, the sky was a tapestry of swirling nebulae, and the air was filled with the sound of music, the music of creation. We had entered the Echo Weaver. The Echo Weaver is not a place so much as a state of existence. It was a nexus point, a realm between realms, a place where all possibilities converged. It is a realm of infinite potential, where anything is possible, where dreams come true, and where reality is shaped by thought and intention. Then a being appeared. "Welcome, travelers," he said. "You are the ones who saved the universe. But in order to start anew, you must give up your memories." "What? That was not okay with me." "No," I shouted. Then Anya closed her eyes. "I will do it." But I didn't want her to give up her memories. "It's okay," she said. "I know we will find each other again." Anya gave up her memories. Then she left. I was all alone. I stared at the being. "Now it's your turn," he said. But then I realized something. I had created a new universe, so I should be able to do anything. "No," I said. "I refuse. I will not be following your rules. I am the Echo Weaver." Then I absorbed the being. Now the Echo Weaver was me. I had unlimited power. What was I going to do with it? I decided to bring Anya back. With all of the power of the universe, I did it. Anya appeared in front of me. "What's going on?" she asked. "Why am I here?" "I didn't want to leave you," I said. "I couldn't, so I brought you back." "But why?" she asked. "We were supposed to move on." "I know," I said, "but I couldn't do it without you. We're a team." Anya thought about this. "Okay," she said. "I guess I'm okay with it, but what are we going to do now?" "Anything we want," I said. "We can create new worlds, new universes, new realities. We can explore the cosmos, meet new people, and have new adventures. The possibilities are endless." Anya smiled. "That sounds amazing," she said. "So, where do we start?" I looked out at the vast expanse of the Echo Weaver. The possibilities were indeed endless. But there was only one thing I knew for sure. I wasn't done weaving yet. "We start with a story," I said. "Our story." I reached out and took Anya's hand. Together, we embarked on a new journey, a journey of creation, a journey of love, and a journey of endless possibilities. The universe was ours to shape, to mold, to weave into whatever we desired, and we had all the time in the world to do it. The end.